Thanks so much for hanging out with me on this Sunday evening while we make our French junk journal. We are going to walk through the second class of this series, and I will recap the first class if you happen to miss it. But we are going to do the signature sewing in. We'll walk through the signature again. Sew in the signature, sturdy up any pages that need sturdied up. We will go right into making ephemera after that. And this is the second part of the second part of this series. So every month or so, there is a new series that starts. And what that means is I work through themed junk journals, and there are 4 classes per journal. And then when we're finished with the one journal, we move on to another theme or a different style of junk journal. So if you are new here, hello and welcome. But we're here every Sunday. And it used to be Sunday morning. It is now Sunday evening that we're doing the free classes. So Sunday evening, and if you just, show up at the scheduled time, or if you're a member of the Facebook group, it'll always show you in the Facebook group what the time is for the class. It should be, and I say should, it should be 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the class. So Sundays at 7 p.m., that's the free class. We're going to walk through making all different kinds of junk journals. Right now we are in class 2 of the Antique French Junk Journal. And so if you missed class 1, don't worry. I'm going to recap everything we did in class 1. There's always a ton of different ideas. Always a ton of things that we make every class. So just pull out your crafting supplies, get ready to have fun. Usually there's quite the crowd here crafting along with us. Now, we did have a time change, so we might have a smaller crowd tonight, but it seems like you guys are strolling in pretty good. Once I'm live for a few minutes, YouTube sends out the notification that, hey, she's live. So we're doing good. We're doing good. Thanks all for joining me. So we're going to get right into it. I don't have a lot of chit chat. We're going to get making so that we can hopefully, for many of you, for me, this is a super easy journal. I probably could have been done with all 3 journals today. I did have to stop myself from working on them so that I didn't get too far ahead of the class and leave you guys behind. So you'll see, I'm going to show you my 3 journals. I always make 3 journals at the same time. That way you guys can see, just a little bit different take on decorating things, or a little bit different take on the signature compilation. So anyway, there's 3. I'll show you all 3 of mine. So let's go ahead and flip the camera down and get started. Yes, thank you for joining me on Sunday, guys. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Okay, here's my journals. Sort of, kinda. All right, so let me move this monitor over. All right, here's my 3 journals. And let me back up and start at the very, very beginning for people. So the 3 journals I have are right here. These are the 3 journals. If I move this, I might have myself a little bit more room. But guys, they're nearly done, even though they don't look like it yet to you guys. They're nearly done. So I have one that I did not sew a signature in yet. I'll be doing that with you guys today, and we'll walk through that signature too, so that you guys can see exactly how I assembled the pages and all that kind of stuff. But I have 2 that have complete signatures sewn in them, and they are ready for me to put the pockets and tags and journal cards and all the embellishments in. So I have 2 that are like that, and you can see they're similar but not exactly the same. There's different things. Now these journals that I'm making, I did not use any printed digitals in. There is one piece of vellum that is my own design, but I did not use any printed digitals for pages. All of the pages in my journal are old documents and original things, stuff like that. So I didn't use any digitals. A lot of people out there don't have a printer, and for them, making junk journals can be challenging because they don't have a printer. So the kind of point of this was to show you how you can make a beautiful junk journal out of older documents. Now, they don't have to be super expensive antique French things like, some of my stuff is, but you could use newer materials, you could use American things, you could use things from like the 50s, 60s, 70s, and they won't be quite as expensive. You could also rummage through you know, your bookshelf and find all kinds of different books to take pages out of. I did put coffee dyed paper in here. So you could use magazines, you could use junk mail, you could make this a true junk journal. There's a million ways to make a junk journal. I was just really showing you guys an antique one. So we're using mostly antique things in them. That's that. Okay, so we're going to work on this guy. We're going to talk about finishing off the signature, getting it ready to sew in. Then we're going to sew it in quickly. And I did a 5-hole pamphlet stitch for all of mine. So I'll show you that. Now, how did this journal come? How did it start out? This journal started out like this. This journal started out like this. It was a kit, a physical journal kit that I made and that I sold. Now, you don't have to buy the kit. I'm not selling the kit to you, but if you want to gather up supplies like you see here, this is where you can make your own journal at home from things you already have. There's a piece of an antique or a piece of a white cotton quilt that looks antique in here. And so if you have maybe an old pillow sham, some old quilt that you know, maybe it was a throw quilt and you are ready to retire that one, chop it up, make junk journal covers out of it. You can see there's some laces in here. There's coffee dye paper doilies. There's all kinds of antique documents and things like that. But gather up some supplies, put together yourself a little, you know, basket, tub, whatever, of things that you want to put in this junk journal. When I go through the signature, you're going to see all the pages. The pages are all in here already too, so I won't open this one up, but you'll see the pages. So gather an old quilt. If you don't have an old quilt, maybe a placemat. You know how there's quilted placemats? Even if you go to like the dollar store, sometimes they have quilted placemats. You could use a quilted placemat. Anything quilted really works. Rummage through your linen closet and find an old pillow sham or something like that and cut that up. Anyway, there's how these journals started. Let me show you. This is why I say they're nearly finished. Because I have a bucket of ephemera. So I could have just breezed right past you all and put all my ephemera in my journals. But I am showing restraint and waiting for you all. In truth, I will probably end up making at least 6 of these because they're very fun. I find this kind of antique journal just extremely freeing and fun. We get to use all of those things that we, you know, collect and hoard. We're really bad at hoarding, especially in my group. We're really bad at hoarding the antique documents and things that we buy. And so if they just sit on a shelf or in a little baggie, no one's enjoying them. So let's get out our things, whether they're old or copies or scans of old or whatever. Let's get them out and let's use them. Let's make a beautiful journal. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to show you the signature. And as we go through this signature, I'm going to pull out pages that need to be altered or reinforced or whatever the case may be. So let's go ahead and start that process. Need to move just a couple of things so that I have room to sit down today. That might be nice. Okay, paper trimmer. All right, so let's look at this signature. The first class in this series was last Sunday. And last Sunday, we made this cover. So we took our quilt piece out of our kit. We squared it off. The finished size should be somewhere around 9 by 12 or 10 by 13. This is a single signature journal. So 9 by 12 or 10 by 13, somewhere around there. A little bigger is okay. A little smaller is okay. It doesn't really matter. But somewhere in that size range is what you want to cut your quilt piece to. Now, if you got the kit, you got the quilt piece, but it needed squared up. And I went over how to best square that up with a ruler, a cutting mat, and a rotary cutter. That's the easiest way. If you can, just snip some with scissors. That works too. So then we took our quilt, we squared it up, and then I talked about how if you wanted to, this part was optional. It was optional that you could take a wide piece of lace and you could sew it into the cover of your junk journal. And so I sewed mine all the way around my junk journal. I sewed around the entire cover. I think you guys can see that I sewed around my entire cover. But I also, while I sewed my cover, just put in this pocket. And the way that you do that again is you lay your lace. I have all kinds of antique document crumbs everywhere. You take your piece of lace and you lay it on your cover. You start sewing here at this bottom back corner. You sew all the way along the bottom. Then you turn it and you sew up the side. And going this way, your lace is just going to lay right under your presser foot and it's going to sew perfectly in right there. You keep sewing, sew across the top, all the way across the top, and then you're going to sew down the back edge of the journal. And when you sew down this part, this is where you want to make special kind of, slow down, pay attention. You want to make sure that this lace doesn't get folded over when your presser foot is going the opposite direction. So it's going this way and it's naturally going to want to catch on that lace. Just pick it up, pick up your presser foot, make sure that it's on top of the lace and keep going. So after you've sewn around your cover, your whole lace pocket is sewn in. You do not sew in the center. It is not necessary and not advisable to sew in the center. Leave it just like this. When you sew in your signature here, when you sew this guy in right here, you're going to have 5 holes in here, and that's going to sew that pocket closed right there. So don't sew in the center. Okay. After that, we assembled a signature last class. And I will go through the signature for this journal. And you guys can see the final order that I put documents in. You can see anything that I added since you guys were last here. I did change around the first part of the journal. You can see already that I put this Florilegium book page. It's a folio, and I put that in as the first page. Okay, so that's how it starts. This is a 1807 French blue rag paper price list. This is one of the dark blue ones, and I put that one there. Then I did coffee dyed paper. This is actually incorrect. I did coffee dyed paper with this white doily wrapped around it. So this white doily goes like that and goes there. So that's what that looks like. I love that. Then we did the coffee dyed paper. Then we did this antique 3-column dictionary page. This needs reinforced. We'll come back to this in just a second and reinforce this. So we're going to reinforce pages here just a second. Then we have this one from 1800. It's actually dated 1772 there. And this is also an antique original French robin's egg blue document. And this one, we need to trim down this top edge. It's too tall. So we're going to do that. Then I did white music paper with torn edges. Then I did a green or robin's egg blue, whatever color, French check. This one is not in the right place. We want to slide that down to the bottom like that. There we go. So this is kind of like the last final flip through before we sew this in. So before you sew it in, you need to flip all the way through your signature, and you need to make sure everything is exactly where you want it. Once you sew it in, you can't move anything, right? So then we have coffee dyed paper. I did a small original French letter, and it has an embossed seal up at the top of it, coat of arms. So that's an original from 1887. This is Florentine paper, and the new Florentine paper is here. It's in here. It is so gorgeous, and that will be next week. Italian paper. So coming. All right, so there's that. And then I did the craft bag. So there's a craft bag right there. We're going to do a little decorating on this, so don't worry. There's the craft bag. This is an antique original 1700s written book, and I took a folio out of that and put that in. Then I did coffee dyed paper. So if you don't have these old antique documents, you can find them here every Tuesday and Thursdays because I do live sales and I share everything that I have. But if you're not looking to purchase old stuff, there's a lot of digitals that are already on Etsy. You could buy digitals of antique French documents and just print them out, print them double-sided, and it will look the same as old stuff. So that's totally an option if you don't have the old documents. Don't freak out if you don't. Just go to Etsy for $4 or $5, whatever it may be. You can purchase an antique French document set, and you'll have many of a similar kind of look pages as these. This is an antique 1800s fancy French ledger page, and I folded it up there for a pocket. This is antique 1700s French rag paper. This is a folio. We are also going to reinforce that edge there. This is antique. This one is from Spain. This is 1800s Spanish from Spain, handwritten legal document, actually. This is antique French 1800s handwritten music. So there's that. This is antique French Latin written green, Robin say green, blue, whatever, folio. So there's that one. I did add this page in here. There's a plan for this, so I added that. This is just newer green color graph paper that I added in. Then I did add this little handwritten folio. I took apart a 1700s book and added that one in there. Then there's coffee dyed paper. So all of these are original. And I think that adds texture. You can see the difference in handwriting. Coffee dye paper again. This is a big white envelope that we did last time where we put it in the signature and we cut it so that there are two little policy flap envelope things here. And so that we sewed into, or we're going to sew in the signature. Then we have another page that may or may not need reinforced, which is a 1700s dictionary. Then I did, this is a French invoice, and I loved the way that it was the same color, so I put that in there. Then I did a French antique robin's egg blue document. This is 1700s French rag paper. This is coffee dyed paper. And then this is the only new piece of paper that I printed for in here. And this is one of my prints, and I printed it on this blue-green vellum because the only color that I'm adding into my journal from all these neutral antique pages is a blue-green. So that's kind of my theme, is my color story. And I just printed this French catalog page on vellum. And so there's that. Okay, so that's my center spread. And then when you go backwards, you have all of the reverse sides of those pages. So right now we need to reinforce those couple of book pages. We'll do it quickly. I use paper medical tape that looks like this. If you ever have your blood drawn for lab work or whatever, oftentimes they use this paper medical tape to put your cotton ball on or whatever. This is the best way to reinforce old book pages or any book, anything. This is the best way to reinforce or hinge any paper in a junk journal. And I'll show you why. And it's because it disappears nearly completely. It's so easy to use, and it's also very inexpensive to buy. You can oftentimes find this at the dollar store. So anyway, paper medical tape. We're going to use that, and we're going to use our Oohoo glue stick. This is the Oohoo Magic Blue, and I use the blue so that I can see where I put glue, and it's also for you guys on camera so you can see where I put glue. And this is the 1.4 ounce size. It's the big one, okay? So a much larger than a chapstick size glue stick. Much easier when you use the big glue sticks. Okay, so let's go back to the beginning and pull out these pages that need to be reinforced. And the first one we need to reinforce is this guy. So this guy has some little ink splatters all over him. I love that. But we need to reinforce him because right now he's not really attached. He is, but he isn't. So here's the way I like to reinforce them. I like to take the page and just kind of open it up and lay it like this. And I'm going to reinforce it on the inside only. So I'm not going to reinforce here and then over here. I'm only going to reinforce on the inside. So there's that. We're going to pop this over there, give myself just a little bit more room here on camera. I'm going to take that medical tape and I'm just going to measure it out so that it's just slightly longer than my paper. There we go. Then I'm going to take the Oohoo. The vellum was something that I sold. The vellum, I sold packs of that. Okay. So I don't know if you purchased the pack of vellum. There were prints that I did for you all, and I printed them on different kinds of vellum, and I sold them at a recent live sale and shipped them to you guys. Okay, so then I just kind of put my page back together as best as we can there. Take your medical tape, kind of split the distance, make it even as best as you can. Now this blends in. It will meld right into your paper, so you will not end up seeing it pretty much at all. I just smooth it down there. That blue is going to disappear as soon as it's dry. And then I turn it over and I cut the excess tape, because there's a little excess tape. And I just cut that off, even with the paper. Now that's all that you need to do to reinforce. If you want to over reinforce and you want to do the backside, you can. I don't think we need to. I've been testing it and I have never needed to reinforce both sides. There's been times in the past where I did just because, but you don't need to. And so then refold your paper, refold it, put it right back into that signature, and then keep going. So now our signature looks like this, and we're to this page. This one is too long. I need to trim some off the top. And so instead of trimming it in a paper trimmer, all I'm going to do is I'm going to fold it down and I'm going to tear it. That fold is just so that I give myself a little tear guide. Okay. Now for this one, I'm also going to have to take some off the bottom, because if I took any more off the top, we'd lose gorgeousness. So I'm going to take some off the bottom also. And so I want that rough torn edge. That's perfect. Put that back in my signature, put my signature back together, and keep going. Okay, so we did that. These are good. They're folded in half. They're okay. They don't need really anything done to them, just a little positioning. And then we're going to go to this next one that needs reinforced, and it's this guy here. So old book pages, these are from the 1700s, so some of them are 300 years old or close to that. These are the ones where oftentimes, you know, you're going to have to reinforce them, even though they're sturdy rag paper and all of that. It's just a good idea, especially if you're selling your journals. My journals are always sold, so you know, I have to overbuild them. I can't take a risk of making a journal and having it fall apart on someone or a page tear out or whatever. So anyway, it's a good idea, even for yourself, to reinforce your pages. It just takes a second. It doesn't cost a lot of money. Just a good idea to do it. So we're going to add glue to this one. And you don't have to glue every little bit of this tape. Just get enough on to keep it stuck to that page and you'll be good. Again, I'm putting the tape on the inside of the folio. The folio is 2 pages that are connected in the center. Then I smooth down that tape, smooth out any glue bumps if there are any, and trim that back off. If you guys have questions for me while we are crafting together, questions about junk journal making, you can type them in all caps into the chat. And either I will answer you or chat will answer you, one or the other. But type them in all caps so that we can see them. That way I'll know it's a question or you're saying something to me. So there's that one. That's good. We can put that right back in our signature and put our signature back together again. So I think we have one more that needs reinforced. And just moved that one up just a little bit. Okay, that's all good. This guy here, he is good. He does not need reinforced. So that means we're done. We don't have anything else that needs reinforced. Okay, so we reinforced 2 pages and it took us less than 5 minutes. It's totally worth doing. So let's move on to sew in this journal. Now, before you sew in your journal, there's 2 more things you need to think about. A, when you put your journal signature in, make sure that you have your journal signature going the right direction so that you don't sew your signature in upside down. B, you want to make sure that your journal signature is going to fit within your cover. So you want a little bit of quilt showing over here on this side. You want a little bit of quilt showing, and you want a little quilt showing at the top and a little quilt showing at the bottom. I try to make it to where this and this are nearly the same with a little extra at the top. I don't really need a little extra at the bottom, but a little extra at the top is good in case we have like paper clips or something else sticking out. So as long as it fits top, bottom, and foredge over here on the right, as long as it fits and your cover wraps around and closes, it's good. So you want to line up your quilt so that it matches here. And you want to pick up your signature and open it up with your hand just enough like that and push down in the center. And then we're going to clip it and sew it in. Now, I like to take one last little look and make sure that everything is lined up and is where I want it and nothing moved, like this paper right here that moved just a little tiny smidge. So I like to go through one more time and make sure that everything is in exactly the place where I want it. And I'm holding it together tight as I'm doing that so that, you know, nothing else moves around. Like this little coffee dyed paper right here is just a little too high. We want to tap that down, put it back together, and keep going. There we go. That looks good. That's good. Good. We're good there. Now, if your journal signature sticks out on this edge over here, you want to find the pages that stick out and you want to pull those pages out of your signature. And then you want to take them to the paper trimmer and trim those ones down a little shorter on that foredge. So mine are good, they don't stick out. But if they did stick out, it would be those pages in the center of my journal. And you would want to pull those ones out and trim them. And so this is good. It's all together. It's all right. I like to tap it down there. We'll get it in there. I like to push in the center with my hand. Just like that. Now I'm going to put it back in my cover and I'm going to position it so I've got some space at the bottom. I've got space over here. If I want a little more, I'll move it back. Just lining it up so it's even. There we go. There we go. We are good. Now a quilt will move. A quilt will move, and that's what I'm having an issue with. Okay, so there we go. It is in. It's good. I'm good with its placement. I'm going to close it up. Make sure it matches. It does. I'm going to pinch it right here, right there. And now I'm going to put it into my bookbinding cradle. Now, if you don't have a bookbinding cradle, that's fine. You don't need one. It was a purchase a long time ago. I wouldn't probably buy it again because you really don't need one. But all it really does is it holds your journal like this. It just holds it while you're punching your holes. Now, some people, you know, will swear by it. Other people like me could live without it. It doesn't really matter. So don't run out and feel like you need to buy one. What you can do is you can purchase, or honestly, just an old catalog. Just use an old catalog. You don't even need to buy a piece of foam to push your little needle or your pokey tool down into. Just buy a piece of foam is something that is inexpensive. But honestly, styrofoam comes in packages all the time. You can use styrofoam to stab into. Even foam comes in packages all the time. Because all a bookbinding cradle is for poking into and holding your book. You don't really need one. So what I would suggest you do is use free things, cardboard, a catalog, something that you can poke your holes down into. so that you don't mark up your desk. But honestly, that's all book cradle for. So anyway, we're going to talk about sewing in a signature using a 5-hole pamphlet stitch method. And what you do is how many pages? All single signature journals should aim to be 15 of the thick 8.5 by 11-inch pages. I don't count thin pages. I don't count tiny little book pages. I only count 15 roughly. You're aiming for 15, and I covered this in the first class, so that's why we didn't cover it now. It's 15 roughly of the 8.5 by 11-inch regular pages. So a thicker page, and I'm not going to go back through the whole thing. You're going to need to watch the first video where we assembled the signature, but you're aiming for 15. Okay, so it's hard for me to see because I can't put my head under the camera, but we're going to aim for the center of this. It's not going to matter. You're going to poke your first hole in the center. Okay, first hole in the center, then you're going to poke in 1 inch, roughly 1 inch from either side. So 1 inch in from the bottom here, 1 inch in from the top here. There we go. 1 inch in from the top there. And I'll show you these again. 1 inch. So center, 1 inch in, 1 inch in. Now you're going to split the difference from the center hole. The center is right here. That's my center hole. This is my top hole. You're going to split the difference between the two. So there's one, there's the other. The middle part is about right there. It does not matter. Do not measure. Do not waste your time with it. Just poke 5 holes. Try to, guesstimate, evenly space them out. That's really all you do. So I've got 1 center hole. I went 1 inch in from either side, and then I split the distance from my center hole and my top hole and put another hole. So 5 holes, top, bottom, center, and in between. Okay. Now I left my pokey tool in there. Leave your pokey tool in if you're using a book cradle. Get rid of that book cradle. You don't need it anymore. Here's my pokey tool sticking out the bottom down there. And the reason why I do that is because, and the reason why I say don't bother getting a book cradle is because you still have to repoke these holes. You still have to take your little pokey tool and you have to go in more to get your quilt and your pages appropriately poked. You cannot go as deep as you need to in a book cradle. It doesn't work that way. So you got to poke through all your holes all over again. And so I'm just finding that center one. There's that center one. And we're going all the way through our signature. We're going through our quilt cover. We're going through all of our pages. Then we're going to poke this one. So poking them in the cradle really just gets the original, hole marking. And then you have to go back through and poke them all again to widen them up so you can sew a signature in. So anyway, we're at that point there. I'm going to leave that all in there just to hold my pages together. And now I'm going to measure out my string. So I'm going to measure it 3 times. There we go. There's 3 times the length, the height of my cover. So 3 times the height. And then I'm going to go about a half more. And that's it. So I do 3.5 because I want long signature strings so I can sew charms and beads onto them. So I measured 3.5 times the height of my journal. Okay. Then I'm going to take that. These little needle keepers, I really advise you get one of these. These keep all of your binding needles in them. They're really cheap, inexpensive at Hobby Lobby. You get a 2-pack for like $2 or $3. So why not get one to keep your needles in? It's better than the little plastic tube that we often get the needles. Okay, so anyway, you've got binding needles. They store themselves in this little wooden needle keeper. I choose the thinnest needle that there is. Let me make sure that is the thinnest because it looks rather big. It is the thinnest. Okay, fine. So we're going to use the thinnest needle, a thin needle, and a sharp needle. Don't use a blunt needle. A blunt needle Some people advise, I do not advise. So anyway, we need a sharp needle because we need to go all the way through our quilt, our signature, everything. So thread your needle. If you struggle with threading the needle, see how I'll show you here. See how I pick up the end of my string? This is waxed linen thread. Pick up the end of your string and pull that string to where it disappears in between your fingers. And so I'm just looking at that, just that little tiny poke of string right there that's sticking out. So see, the string is here and I pull it down to where the string is just where my fingers are. And that's where I force it to go through the eye of the needle. It's just a little trick to kind of help guide that string through the eye of the needle. Now, wax linen thread is kind of thick. It is easier to get in than like sewing thread, but little tip for those who don't sew. Okay, so now at this point, I'm going to take the pokey tool out. Don't get rid of it. You are going to need it again. Leave it there. You're going to take your thread needle and you're going to, yes, it was moved. I moved this till Sunday evening. Is that what you're asking? I moved the whole entire class for now for forever to Sunday evening. Yes. Okay. You're going to sew in your signature. You're going to start by taking your needle from the inside. So the inside, that's a bad finger to use. From the inside of your journal signature and in the center hole. So take it, poke it through the center hole from the inside to the outside. You're going to pull that through. Here's the tail of your string, and you're going to pull it through until that string is about, that long, about 5 inches out the bottom. Okay. Now take your finger on the inside, use your thumb, and press that string into the crease of the fold of the signature and hold it the whole entire time. Your thumb is in there and it is holding that string down just like that. Okay, now don't let go of it. Hold it. If you let it go and it pulls, you're going to have to put it back there. Okay. Now from the outside, now this is a white quilt and you can see it is nearly impossible to see the hole. So we're going to aim for what we believe is the hole. We're going to hope that it's going to go in, and it looks like it did. Let's see where we're at. Good. It went in. Okay. Should you, and I will at some point, so I won't even bother telling you. I'll just show you here in a minute when it happens. So now you went from the inside to the middle, you went up to the next hole, and you went from the outside to the inside. Now you're going to go from the inside to the top hole up there, inside top hole, and you're going to go all the way through. Maybe you are. Yes, we are. All the way through. Okay. So now we're to the outside again, and we're going to tighten all of our strings up every time. We're going to make sure that all of our strings are tight, especially before we go back down. So I know it's really hard to see, and I'm trying my hardest to show you, but we're at the top, and now we have to go back through this hole, and this hole already has a string in it. It already has a string poking through it. So that's where you really need to tighten up your strings. I like to pull on both and just hold that one again real tight on the inside. And it's because if you don't have your string tight, when you try to go back through a hole that you've already been through once, that's where you usually will catch your thread. And so now we're going from the top back down. We're on the inside. You're not going to go through the middle. I know the middle hole is the next hole. You want to skip it. And you want to go down to in here. So we're right here. This is where we are. You want to skip the center hole and you want to go one more hole down, which is in the middle down there. It's your middle bottom hole. Okay. You're going from the inside to the out. There we go. Keeping those strings nice and tight. Now you want to go down one more hole, which is the bottom hole. Go down one more. Now, again, this is a quilt, you know, everything shifts, whatever. So usually this is the one I have problem with, not today. So you went from the outside to the inside, keeping it tight, pulling it tight every single time, pulling it tight. Okay. Now we've got to go back through this hole here, and it already has a string in it. So we want to make sure it's super tight. Everything's pulled tight. And we find that hole and we go back through it. From the inside is always easier than the outside. There we go. Now we got to go back through our center. This is the last signature poke, sew, stitch, whatever you want to call it. This is the last part. If you got this far, you're almost done. So pull everything tight. Put your needle through that center hole one more time, trying not to catch your string that's already in there. Maybe, possibly. Let's try. There we go. Nope, we're in between. Sometimes it will go in between, especially with vellum. Sometimes it will go in between that piece of vellum. There we go. All right, so now we're inside. Everything's sewn. Everything is tight. I give it one more little tug right there. Our strings look good. There we go. Now, the last thing is you want to make sure on the center in here that you end up with one string on one side and one string on the other side. You can use your needle. Oftentimes I don't. I like to just pull it with my finger instead of having the needle on there. I feel like, especially with vellum, you're likely to tear your vellum. So I've got one string coming off, one string coming off the right, one string coming off the left. My center string is here. One string on each side. We're going to tighten it. We're going to tie it. I like to tie 3. I know most people only tie 2. But again, a third is just making that a little bit bigger of a knot. And because we sewed everything in, we want to make sure that that knot doesn't pull through. And so I just like going through 3 times and tying 3 knots. Okay. So there's that. Now it is a good idea to have a pair of needle nose pliers in case you have trouble getting the needle. Sometimes you'll have trouble pulling the needle through, and you can just grasp that needle with your pliers and push it or pull it through. So I do like having pliers in my little kit. And if you ever had a trouble getting your needle to go through, mostly it happens from back here. If you have trouble getting your needle to go through because your pages and stuff aren't lining up with the tip of your needle, so when you're trying to put your needle through, if it won't go, then take your pokey tool, take it from the inside and find where that hole is and re-poke the pokey tool through. Don't make a new hole, but just guide the pokey tool through until it pops back out the outside. What that does is it puts all your pages of your signature back in alignment. So then therefore you can poke the hole through the outside again. So use the pokey tool if you ever have trouble getting your needle to go through and line everything up. Okay, so just remember, keep that handy and use it if you're having trouble. That's going to fix 99.9% of problems sewing a signature in. So now at this point, we have signature strings. I like to keep them long. I just prefer to waste this much and make sure that I have enough for beads and charms and all that good stuff. So there's that. This is our quilt cover. We're going to decorate it. We're going to put lace down the spine to cover these signature sewing in stitches, whatever you want to call them. I know it's like the light is super weird, but there's my signature sewn in, and we're going to cover this with lace and we're going to decorate the front cover, but I don't like to do it until the last class. So that'll be in class 4, but I already kind of gave you guys an idea of what I'm doing in class 1. So this one will have decorations here, lace, whatever. This is going to have an eyelet here with seam binding for the closure. That's how I'm closing my quilt journal. This is what my journal looks like now. I've got a big wide pocket, and see how the signature strings close up that pocket over there? That's why you don't want to sew it with your sewing machine. So there's that. Here is our lovely, beautiful journal now. Everything is in place. Everything's reinforced. You don't have to worry about anything. And here's my center spread. So beautiful. I love it. Going to be so much fun. Now I have triplets. Okay, let's work on some ephemera. So before I move on, does anyone have questions on making a journal cover out of an old quilt? Sewing in a lace pocket? Does anyone have a question on assembling a signature? I I can show you, these are what I'm talking about. So this signature has a lot more than 15 pages in it. It does. But I do not count anything that is smaller than 8.5 by 11 unless it is very thick. So that means I'm not counting this Florilegium book page. You could or you could not. It doesn't really matter. So I don't count it. I do count this because this is 8.5 by 11 and it's thicker paper. I don't count the doily because obviously it's very thin, right? You're counting things that are adding bulk. You're counting things that add thickness and bulk. Coffee dyed paper, it's 8.5 by 11. I count it. This book page, you can count it, but honestly, it's very thin. It does not need to be counted. It doesn't add bulk or anything, so don't count it. This one we counted because it's 8.5 by 11. This one we counted because it is 8.5 by 11, and it is also a newer, thicker paper. We don't count any of these small little pieces of ephemera. We count the coffee dye. We don't count small ephemera. You can count the Florentine paper. You can count that. The little add-ins, the bags, envelopes, whatever, we never count those. We did count this. It is 8.5 by 11 and thick rag paper. We counted our coffee dye. I did count the ledger because it is very thick and sturdy ledger paper. I don't count the thin book pages. I did count this one. It is thicker and bigger, thicker paper, bigger. It's a little bit bigger than 8.5 by 11. I didn't count this one because it's smaller. I did count this one because it's 8.5 by 11. I did not count this one, even though it is 8.5 by 11, because it is very thin paper. I didn't count this one. It's smaller. I did count this one. I did not count that. I did not count that. I did not count this. It's very, very thin. I didn't count that. It's small. I didn't count that. I did count this. It's coffee dyed paper, and I counted my piece of vellum. You're aiming for 15 8.5 by 11, 28 pound or so thick paper. That's what you're aiming for. Now you can see there's a lot more in here, but the little filler pages and book pages and stuff, they don't add any bulk. And you can see in a quilt cover, you can actually sew in quite a big signature in a quilt cover. You could even sew in multiple signatures in a quilt cover. But for this one, we're going to have a really thick, fluffy journal full of ephemera, and it's going to fit lovely in this squishy, wonderful quilt. So that's that. Kate, the quilt I found to use isn't finished on the inside. What would you do? You could attach it to a piece of watercolor cardstock and make the normal kind of journal that we make here with watercolor cardstock. You could add fabric to the inside, any fabric that you like. You could, if you're looking for adhering the fabric to it, you could sew it on, but if you don't have a sewing machine, there is spray adhesive for fabric that is permanent. You could spray adhesive and then put that new piece of fabric over it. You could add a piece of cardstock that is like scrapbooking cardstock. Just cut it to size and glue your quilt to the scrapbooking cardstock. So you could surely use whatever kind of quilt that you want. And there's ways of making it work. So I would glue it to something else, either glue another piece of fabric to your quilt on the inside or glue the quilt to a piece of cardstock, either finished or unfinished. That's what I would do. Okay. Anybody else with questions before we move on to the next step? Oh, Shelly's got it too. Spray adhesive. Okay. I think we are good to go, guys. Thank you so much for joining. I know it's so weird because it's Sunday evening, but thank you so much. Yep, still trying to struggle to fit everything in. Okay, so my triplets will sit over here on the side. Now let's work on some ephemera. The very first class, so last Sunday we made these master boards. We made two master boards. I have 3 journals. We should have made 3, but I've only got 2 done. So we made 2 master boards. These are all made from original papers. These ones I made from old book pages, old music page, old documents, ledger, whatever. And if you want to watch the first video, it shows you a super fast way of making master boards. It's the number one. I just seriously just make it using that method. It's so much faster, so much easier, and still very satisfying to make a masterboard. So anyway, masterboards, these are very neutral deliberately. I kept them very plain. I only added in the hint of robin's egg blue paper because I don't want them to be too busy for what we're going to do with them later. So anyway, this is the way I made masterboards. Now, if you're making a journal and you have lots and lots of colors in your journal, then by all means, put more color in your masterboards. My journals are going to be very neutral with just sweet little hints of this turquoise blue or robin's egg blue. So that's why I've designed my masterboards this way. Let's cut these up. And then let's make ephemera out of them. We won't decorate every piece of it, but we'll decorate some. And then we will move on to making new ephemera. Okay, so we'll make a whole bunch of new ephemera. We have at least 2 more hours of crafting. So we'll get quite a bit of ephemera done today. Let's cut these up and see what we can make with just these. I know out of my 12 by 12 master board, so I make my master boards on 12 by 12 scrapbooking paper that has been coffee dyed. That way the back of my tags and journal cards and whatever are already coffee dyed. I don't have to glue coffee dye paper to it, etc. So anyway, we're going to cut these up upside down. And we're going to aim to get some pockets and some tags out of these master boards. So I'm going to cut the first cut. I'm going to cut the first cut at 5 inches. So I'm going to line it up there at 5. Here we go. And I'm going to cut it. Okay, there's the first one. Now, from 5 inches is great for a journal card. 5 inches is great for a pocket. So let's cut these 5 by, let's do 5 by 3.5. Yes, let's do 5 by 3.5. Now that will be 2 really nice journal cards or pockets. I know for sure I will have 2 pockets from these master boards per journal. So now we have this piece, and this piece is about 5 by 5. Okay. So from 5 by 5, we can cut this at a diagonal and make 2 corner tuck pockets. That's one thing that you can do if you're cutting your masterboard. You started out with 12 by 12. If you cut these little pockets by 5 by 3.5, you get a 5 by 5 piece. If you take that 5 by 5 piece and cut it diagonally, and I'll show you how to do this because a lot of people don't know. A lot of people will mark it with a ruler and try to cut it with scissors and all these other things. To cut a diagonal angle anytime for any piece of ephemera, if you want to cut a diagonal for anything in a cutter, in a paper cutter like this, you want to look at this point here and you want to look at this point here. You want to put both of these points into your cutting line. So for instance, my cutting line is right here, the edge where this paper trimmer cuts. So I'm going to slide it in and I'm going to keep this point and this point in that cutting track. So what I do, and this is a little hard to show you. So see, my cutting track is this metal right here, this piece of metal. That's my cutting track. I need to get that tip of that cardstock to line up with that metal track right there. It's very hard to show you, but you're going to line up both points. So once you get one, like I've got this one in right here, you can see it right there with my fingertip. I've got that one lined up. Now you want to hold that one down so that it doesn't move, and you want to line up this one down here. You want to line up both of these in that cutting track. So right there is the other one lined up. Right there's that one, making sure that they haven't moved. And now hold it down. They're both lined up. Both points are on that metal cutting track. And then you slide the cutter through, and you're going to end up with 2 diagonal pockets, just like that. Now, anytime you want to cut a diagonal, line the 2 points up in the cutting track. Okay, so I kind of showed you those. There's 2 5-inch diagonals. Here's two, either pockets or journal cards. It doesn't matter. But there's those. Okay. So that could be 4 pockets. But we still have a whole big piece of this masterboard left. It's 7 inches by 12 inches. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put that in the cutting track. And I'm going to cut a 3.5 inch tag. Yes, I am. A 3.5 by 7 inch tag. And I'm going to cut 2 of those. So there's a big tag. Here's a big tag. I like 3.5 by 7 for large tags. I like 5 by 3.5 for pockets and journal cards. So there's 2 big tags. Now we have this. And this is 7 inches by, what is it? 7 by 5? Yes, 7 by 5. So from here we can make 2 small tags, and I think that's a good idea. They could also be journal cards, but we're going to cut this to 3.5 inches, and it's going to be 3.5 by 5. So I'm going to go over all of these measurements and show you why making a masterboard out of 12 by 12 is a great idea, because you really get everything you need. You get everything you need out of that. So here's the last couple pieces. So this one, we got 2 journal cards and or pockets. They could be pockets this way, or they could be journal cards. I'm going to turn the lighting down just a little bit. I should have done it earlier because it's honestly a little too bright. And I think, there we go. You guys are going to have a hard time seeing. You couldn't even see my stitches earlier. Apologies. I should have turned it down. But anyway, you get little slivers of paper like this happen when you make a masterboard. Don't worry about it. Just tear it off and move on. So you have pockets or journal cards, right? And we have 2 large tags. And we have more pockets and journal cards. And we have 2 diagonal pockets. Now you got all of this out of 1 12 by 12. So you could have gotten 4 pockets. You could have 4 pockets, 2 very large tags, and either 2 journal cards, or you could clip them and make them tags also and have 2 smaller tags. So you could have 4 pockets and 4 tags if you wanted, or you could have 4 pockets, 2 tags, and 2 journal cards. It doesn't really matter, but you get a lot out of 1 12 by 12 masterboard. And if you want to use all of this for ephemera, they're already coffee dyed on the back side. So we really don't have to add paper or anything to them. They're ready to go. So that's what we did out of the first masterboard. We got a lot of pieces out of that one. I'm going to quickly cut up the other one, and I'm going to cut it up exactly the same. Let's do that quick, just so we have a lot more options. Because I can see some of those pieces are going to be my favorite pieces. So let's do this guy. We're going to do it one more time. Now I make 3 journals at a time, so I always make multiples of everything. If you're making 1 single journal, 1 masterboard will probably be enough for what you want for 1 journal. You don't want too much of repetition, especially if you're selling your journals. You want to have the pieces that you make for pockets and tags be unique and different. You don't want to make the same pocket over and over, or the same, I don't know why it's not lining up there, but it isn't, so whatever, we'll adjust. You don't want to make the same pocket too many times, and you don't want to make the same tag too many times. Because if you make them look too similar, it's not as interesting, right? So I did the first cut at 5 inches. Now I'm going to do 2 cuts at 3.5. 2 cuts at 3.5. Then I've got that 5 by 5 inch piece that I'm going to cut at the diagonal. And again, I'm just going to put it in there, find my corners, line up my corners. That one's good. This one moved. There we go. Now I've got 2 diagonal pockets. This guy is 7 inches by 12 inches, and I'm going to cut 2 3.5 tags out of that. Tag. Now I've got a 7x5 and I'm going to make that 3.5. And this one is 3.5, roughly. So there's that. We're done. We ended up with journal cards or pockets, tags. You know I'm going to like them like that. But tags. We ended up with corner pockets. Those are beautiful corner pockets. Love them. And we ended up with more pockets or journal cards. So again, all of that, 4 pockets and 4 journal cards and tags for one 12x12. And super easy. I can make a masterboard and cut it up for ephemera in 20 minutes and have all of this done in 20 minutes. Okay, so we're going to decorate. We're going to decorate some of this. Let's save the decorating for just a little bit. The decorating, you know, we spend time and we pick out pieces and we focus on that a little bit. So we're going to save that to the end of this one. And I want to save it to the end so that we have more time to make new ephemera. Most of you guys know how to decorate things, but I will decorate these with you. Just at the end of this one, whatever time is left, we will decorate these up. What I want to focus on is making different ephemera, new ephemera, okay? So we've got all of that. That's more than enough for the 3 journals, probably. If I need one more masterboard, I will make it. But there's that. Needs to be flattened just a little also. Okay, so new ephemera. What I want to make for new ephemera, I want to make, where is my bucket of ephemera? Because I'm going to show you an example. Kate is a sneak peek on future journals possible. LOL. My granddaughter wants a purple one and I don't want to start one. Yes, we are making a journal that is purple, a purple journal. So here's the thing. I come out with the kits that I showed you in the beginning. I come out with them roughly every month, every other month. Right now I'm in the middle of moving, so it is a little bit like spotty right now. But we have a journal kit subscription available if you want to subscribe to all the future physical journal kits that come out. We make all of the journals together as a class. You don't need to buy the kits. I'm not selling the kits right now, but we do have future kits, physical journal kits coming out for the rest of this year. One of them is a purple journal. One of them is a boho journal. One is a flip-flop journal. One is a pink French journal. One is a botanical journal. So we have a lot more journal kits to come. One of them will be purple. So if you want to wait. Otherwise, jump in and make one. Okay, so here we go. Let's look at the ephemera and let's think about making, because we can decorate things very quickly. Let's make, where is it? Okay, here, where did I put it? Oh, it's over there. I'm so sorry. Here it is. I have a pile. So also I like to craft on parchment paper. Instead of using a glue book or folded glue book pages or anything like that, I like to craft with parchment paper. I think that parchment paper, it's nonstick already. It's great to just glue on instead of a glue book page. You can flip it over, you can fold it. The glue stick dries really quickly on it too. So I want to show you guys some of the things that I pulled for ephemera. This is an antique style junk journal, and I'm going to use these book pages we're going to decorate with. These are book pages out of a botanical book. I did show it in a flip through video at one point on this channel, but these I'm going to cut out or tear out and we'll decorate with those. So I wanted to show you that. Some of you guys might have black ink and a stamp that looks something like this. You can stamp your own botanical image, but I'm going to decorate with those. I also am going to be decorating with the Antique French fashion magazines. Now I save all of the damaged ones, because because I sell the good ones to you all or share all the good ones. I save the damaged ones so that I can craft with them. But these are full of the ladies and fashion and all of that kind of stuff. And so I'm going to be decorating with some of those. So you can see we can just cut her right out right now and stick her on a large tag. So I'm going to use originals like this in my junk journal. There's all kinds of images in here that we can use. But yeah, so I'm going to use original magazines. I'm going to use botanical black and white book pages to decorate with. I also printed from my Etsy shop. This is the digital of the CDV cards. I printed out some of those so I can decorate with those. Those are from my Etsy shop. And then we have... I found this. This is an old original piece of Tim Holtz scrapbooking paper. And it's kind of that blue, robin's egg blue. It's very Frenchy. So if you have old Tim Holtz paper, I know it is worth millions of dollars. And yes, he did remake most of it. But this one is original. So maybe you have a new one. Maybe you have this one. I know it is precious, but I'm going to cut this up and we're going to use it for this journal because it goes too good. So anyway, we're going to use that. I did use my printer and I printed out some original scans of French envelopes. So these are original envelopes that I just scanned and I took into Photoshop and I laid them all out. And I'm going to use these for pockets and journal cards. So there's that. We're going to use those for pockets today. I also went to, we're going to make the tags first. I also went, this is Ruby and Pearl. These are from Ruby and Pearl. And so she has this blue butterfly. It's a large sheet, but I printed it smaller because I want to use this under my belly band. These are really large journal cards. This one will be a really large tag because I'll clip the corners, but these are both Ruby and Pearl. So yes, for the ephemera, I will be using very, very few, very select pieces of digital. Most of my ephemera will be original antique stuff, but I'm going to use a couple pieces just because I think it adds color. It's beautiful. So whatever, we're going to use those. These are both Ruby and Pearl. These are full-size pages that I printed smaller. They will both be used in this journal. So there's that. Now, other people's digitals that I printed, the only other one is this one from Raindrop Lila. And I just wanted, since I have so many antique documents in this journal, I did want some ephemera that maybe was, you know, from pre-made tags. Normally, you guys know that I'm not a fan of that. Unless you pack the journal full of millions of dollars of antique documents, then I feel like it's okay to use the pre-made tags. What I'm talking about is making a journal that is balanced with antique and new things. And since all of my pages are old, I can use some newer elements for tags or journal cards or pockets without feeling like, you know, the journal will be too cheaply made or something like that. So I'm balancing the value, the cost of the journal. I'm balancing that since the whole, you know, signature is antique, I can get away with using some printed elements. So there's that from Raindrop Lila. That is the only other one other than maybe some pages that I printed for collaging. Yeah, just some elements for collage other than that. And there might be a couple focal points. I don't see them right now, but somewhere there might be focal points. Okay, so let's get to it. Let's get to new ephemera. Also, so I kind of showed you that. If you guys want this, I can see about making some of the things that I printed that belong to me. I can see about making that available to you guys either in the Facebook group or something. But let's go ahead. And these are in Etsy. I don't know what else, but let's go ahead and make some ephemera. Let's start from scratch and make some ephemera. So I kind of showed you that, but I also pulled these things. And normally I would not use Tim Holtz. Normally I would not use Tim Holtz in a super antique Frenchy journal, but I found this linen tape that I've had for forever and never used. And I thought it would be cute to add a couple little pieces of linen tape, just maybe 3 max, maybe for hinges on something, I don't know. But if you have this linen tape with these blue little flowers, that might be cute. I did pull in a bunch of my copy dyed tags and CD envelopes so that I could use those to make ephemera. I will be using part of Tim Holtz palette. If you look at the back of the palette package, first of all, this is my very favorite pack of ephemera that he has ever made. A lot of it is French, and a lot of it is in that robin's egg blue, blue-green color family. So there's a lot of elements in there for decorating. Okay. Of course, we could use this type of image from Tim Holtz. These are his found relatives. Of course, you could use that. Today, we will be using some of this cello sticker tape. And you know that I have the very first video in the 365 days of junk journal ideas also on my channel. The very first day I show you how to make your own, and it is super simple and way less expensive than Tim Holtz ones, but I'm going to use Tim Holtz. So there's that today. I did find, and I brought this in here so I could tell you, this is Backdrops volume number 5. And again, it's from that palette series, and it has those blue-green colorways. Specifically, what I wanted was this one. And this is blue-green with just a touch of pink. There's a blue-green French letter on the back. I'm going to use this. This is where we're starting today, and I'm going to make some pockets out of these. And since I have 3 journals, I pulled 3 pieces for this pocket, okay? So that's where we're going to start. Now, if you don't have the volume number 5, I also found lots of lovely neutrals in volume number 1. So there's volume number 1, and it has lots of lovely neutrals, and a lot of these are French or French inspired. So volume number 1 also has great things, and those might be good for tags or something later. But let's start working with these. Many of you guys will have this exact page. If you don't, maybe you have 12 by 12 or something that you can cut down. I like the Tim Holtz cardstock very much. I think it is a good thickness. And I think for making pockets, you want thick and sturdy cardstock. So there's that. I'm going to bring the light just up a little bit just because you can barely see the color now. So let's bring there you go. There's the color. Okay. So I want to do 2 things out of this. I want a diagonal pocket, a big diagonal pocket, and I want a pocket out of this little bow section right here. So we're going to take these and we're going to take the paper trimmer and cut those. So we're going to make some quick and easy ephemera. There we go. Thank you for joining me, guys. Look at you, 82 of you. We're a little shy from our normal number, but I moved the class to Sunday evening and from Sunday morning. So there's going to be a little bit of a delay before everybody watches. But usually these classes are watched and attended by more than 100 people. And a lot of them, so for the physical junk journal kits, every month that we've ever done them, we've been doing them for years. Every month we do them, there's usually between, I would say, 90 to 175 different people making that journal. We sell between 90 and 175 of those physical junk journal kits every month. And you guys all make the journal along with us. But again, everything that's in that kit, you probably have at your craft room or your house, or you can find other places. So don't feel like you have to get the kit. Just come and hang out and craft with us. That's the most important thing, is to hang out with us and have a good time. Now, if you're working at a different journal right now because you already have some on the go, you can use the ideas for making ephemera or masterboards or any of the other ideas, decorating ideas, everything that you see here, you can use and apply to whatever journal that you're already making. So we're going to cut this and we're going to make a pocket. I'm going to cut it at 4 right now, just because I don't want to cut the tail of this bow off. So there's 4 inches there. We could have cut it a little more than that. So let's cut it at 3.5. No, we'll cut it off at 3.5. We're going to have to cut it at 3 3/4. Yes, we are. 3 3/4. So now I have this little strip that I've wasted. Okay, so 3 3/4, and then we need a 5 or 4 3/4 inch pocket. 5 is good, so let's do 5. Now we have this for a cute little Frenchy pocket. It's very cute. We don't really need to do anything. I will do a little more than that, but very cute. Okay, so that is 3, what is it? We did 5 by 3 3/4. 5 by 3 3/4. Okay, that left us with a piece that looks like this. Whatever you're left with here, it doesn't matter. We're going to cut this at that diagonal angle again. So we're going to cut some big diagonal pockets out of this guy. Just cutting that right there, right there. We're good. Cut it. Okay, so now we have diagonal pockets that are a little too long this way, but we're going to cut off this little excess piece right here. Don't worry about that. What we're worried about is the height and the diagonal of our pocket. So now we're going to turn it around. And we're going to pop it in there. I should have done this first, but we're going to do it now. And now we're going to cut that to 5 inches. So this is what you should have. You should have something that looks like that. A little L pocket like that. Okay, so let's cut this one. Now there's not a whole lot there, but let's go ahead and cut it. And again, I'm going to cut it at 5. And I'll walk through this one more time just because this one was a little rough. All right, so what we did is we found a piece of cardstock that we liked. You could use any scrapbook paper. And we did the first cut at 3 3/4. And then we made it by 5 inches wide, and that's our pocket. So 5 inch by 3 3/4. There's our pocket. Then I should have taken this square, and the first thing you want to do is cut that to 5 inches. There we go. There's 5 inches. And now we cut this one at the diagonal. There we go. There's the diagonal, cut. And now you'll end up with 2 corner pockets that have a regular angle to them, no L. Okay, so there's that. And I'll need to do that one more time, but you guys don't really need to watch me do that one more time. Whatever, we will, but we will so I can get it done. Here's the thing, if I don't do it live with you guys, it usually doesn't get done. It doesn't get done because I run out of time. So we're going to do it one more time, and then I will have 3 sets of this pocket done. All right. So there's that. Now we're going to cut it at 5 again. And we cut pockets 5 inches wide because you need your pocket to fit on your page. And your page only measures 5.5 inches wide. If you use 8.5 by 11 paper, your page for your journal signature, it's only 5.5 inches wide. So the reason why, I'm going to cut it this way so I don't cut my rows. The reason why we cut it 5 is so that it'll fit on that 5.5 inch wide page. So that's why I'm always cutting things by 5. Now you could do 4.5 or 4 3/4. I don't recommend doing smaller than that. Anything smaller than 4.5, I think, is too small for that page. But, you know, there are some people who will do a 4 or something inch pocket. So there's 2 more of those. Now that's done. Let's go ahead and finish these off just so that they're done. Trying to find a place for this giant cutter. Let's do these. So I'm going to take all my little diagonal ones, set them over there. And all of these are all the same size. Now I know it won't go through 2, so I won't go through 3. So I'll just cut 2 and I'll do my little thumb notch. Super simple, but we'll do a little decorating on it. There's that one. And I've got one more. And I like to use, as you see, the Stampin' Up! Whale tail one. I like the shape of the notch that it does the best. Little pet peeve of mine is a circle notch. I don't like a circle notch. I can't tell you why. I just hate it. I hate when you see like the perfect little circle. I don't like it. I like this elongated oval shape. Anyway, so now I've got 3 pockets. I literally could just glue these into my journal, but I am going to do a little cluster or embellishment. We could simply add some white lace to the bottom of these, and these would also be gorgeous. I honestly am thinking about just some white lace across the bottom of those. Let's look at these quick and we'll decorate those. But let's look at these. So we've got 6 of these. We've got one that will have to go on, this side of the page, right? Now this one will have to go on that side of the page too, but we could use this one like this and flip this one over like that. We could do that. I don't care that it's upside down. It's not going to bother me any because I'm going to decorate it. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to focus on the ones with the rose. We're going to focus on these, just like this. We're going to leave those for now, right? Put those to the side, and we're going to work with these 3. These 3 only have this little rose peeking down from the top right here, and we're going to focus on decorating this bottom part and filling that in. And so the easiest thing to do is to work with a little cluster, and that you can pull out like scraps that you have. These are leftover scraps from making master boards, and you can see like, I have Robin's Egg blue paper in here. I could use some of that if I wanted to highlight that blue color more. I could use some book page scraps. So go in your scrap bin, and we're going to find some little pieces of music paper, book page, whatever it is that you have in your scrap bin. And let's pull that out, and let's use some of that to decorate the bottoms of these. So I've got 3 pieces of book page. I've got some music there. Here's a little bit different music. We could use this really dark music. Let's see if I've got one more piece of that in here. So, yep, just scraps. Just little scraps. That's what we're going to do. We're just going to build a little cluster at the bottom of these. It'll be super simple. If you already have clusters made, then you can just glue a cluster on the bottom of these. I do like to put lace across the bottom of these diagonal pockets. I think that looks nice. So this is some rag paper, and I'm just going to tear it so that it fits across the bottom. I don't care exactly, how wide or whatever. I'm just going to tear off this excess white right now. That one's going to go right there. So there's that. Okay. Now we've got 2 more here. So now we're just doing some simple decorating. These 2 book pages are the same, essentially. Goes like this, and I'm going to tear them both at the same time just to save us a little bit of time. And so I'm just tearing some scraps, and we'll see where we go here. Now these ones have a straight cut edge at the top. Doesn't matter, it'll all be good. We'll do that one there and this one here. Okay, so we're building little clusters. Building clusters. Let's see. So we have the creamy color already. We either need a bright white or a dark tan because we're not going to see the cream against the cream very well. So I'm going to try this little bit of dark tan music. And I'm just going to see how that works on there. This one needs to be a little skinnier. And I don't know where this one's going to go on these. Haven't figured that part out. We'll just lay that one on there. And I've got one more piece here. See how just the smallest little scrap can be amazing? I mean, it's just a small little piece, but it's going to look great when it's done. Okay, so that's what I have so far. Now, when I do decorating, I stick to 3 or 5 elements. Sometimes it'll go 7, but usually 3 elements is great. So I've got 2 pieces here. I need a 3rd element. You could pull something in that pulls in the pink if you want to. I am trying to keep pink out of this journal as much as I can. I really just want the blue and the creamy colors of paper. So for me, I'm going to look for something in the white color family. I could also use Robin Zig blue if I wanted, but we already have blue back there. So I'm going to look for something in the white family. But you could pull in some pink with some pattern paper. This is another piece of Italian paper. You could pull the pink in if you wanted to. I'm just going to look for something that is whiter paper. Let's see what we're going to find here. I've got some small little pictures that are black and white. Let's see. Some handwriting. I've got graph paper, and that graph paper is kind of nice. Let me see this. So this is a blank piece of antique French graph paper. It does have a little blue check to it. It might not show blue on your side, but it is blue on mine. It's a medium color, and here's what I want to do with it. I want to tear it in a label shape, and then I want to stamp something on it. Now, I don't really have stamps in here at the moment, but we can assemble this and we can stamp on it later. So I'm just going to tear a little piece. Just going to tear a little piece off, and we'll use that for a label. And so we're just going to tear that. So I was looking for something that's in this color family that'll work. And so we're going to use these to just do a simple little collage. And we'll come in and we'll put a piece of this as like a little label. Just wherever it fits. And this one, we have enough space where we could do a really long one on this one. I kind of like this back over there. A little bit too straight of an edge. Here we go. And then we'll do it like that. Okay, so we can glue these down and we can stamp whatever word or number we want on those later. So that was cute, just a little graph paper from an old French school book, and make our own little labels, and we'll stamp on those. But let's get these glued down. And then we'll probably put lace across the bottom also. So let's glue the 3 of those. So very simple pockets. We're going to have 6 pockets here in a matter of minutes. Very simple. And so this is why I use the parchment paper. I just glue right on it, and it dries in just a few moments, and then you move on. So you don't have that book page that you're, flipping and tearing and folding and throwing away constantly. You just have a piece of parchment paper, and this parchment paper lasts me months of crafting before I have to throw that out. So yeah, parchment paper is great to craft on. Okay, I don't remember how this guy really was. I'm going to tear that edge a little more, and we're going to glue him. Okay, and I use Oohoo glue all the time on anything that's thin paper. Anything that is thin paper. There we go. Trying to straighten it up and line it up with this text that's down there. So we'll just stamp a little word or number right here, and we'll add lace across the bottom. So let's get those decorated. It was super simple. And now remember, I am purposely trying to make mine very neutral and very plain. You at home, you could use color or pattern or whatever it is that you want that goes with your theme of your journal. And you're going to see that these journals by the end of today will have ephemera in them. And you'll see that the theme I'm going with kind of all tied together. You'll see that by the end of this class, that the theme is coming together. Now the third class, next Sunday, next Sunday's class, we might decorate the cover of our journal. We could use a little third or fourth, fifth element up there too. I kind of moved those around and didn't get them back where I had them. Okay, so next class, you're going to see more ephemera making. We'll have all of our ephemera glued in by the end of next class. So all ephemera should be made by the end of next class. Now, it's very common for people, you know, to run behind. People have lives, they have work, they have everything else, right? So if you ever run behind in one of the free classes, those videos for those classes stay on the channel for forever. You can always go back and watch them or rewind them or fast forward them or whatever you need to do. They're always on my channel and they're under the live section. So if you look on my channel, there is a live video section. And what that means is any video that was live, like today it's live now, but when it's done being live, it just goes as a video on that channel. So it'll go as a video under the live section. You can rewatch those anytime. Okay, so we have 3 that just have simple little clusters. Now we could go in and we could stamp in pink if we wanted to add that touch of pink. We could add a little flower, or really what I'm thinking of adding is lace and a little bit of crochet. So let's do that quick. Let's get lace and crochet on these. Next Sunday is Easter. There still will be a class. Yes, there will. Now, if you don't want to come because it's Easter Sunday, I understand. But to keep things rolling, I think we are still having it on Sunday. That's the plan right now anyway. I will have Easter with my family earlier in the day. Okay, so let's grab some lace for these. I'm going to use this cream color, ecru color, whatever you want to call it, lace, because my papers are mostly in that color family. So I think this one will look good across the bottom. And we're just going to cut into this guy. And we're going to put him right across the bottom like that. Now this section is off the bottom of a spool, and sometimes when they come off the bottom of the spool, they're a little bit wrinkly or bent. Let's do that one right there. And so we have 5 points. 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Okay, so let's get those glued on. And I grabbed the little bag of crochet bits too. These are on Etsy if you need them, but I grabbed that so we could finish this off. Okay, so Fabri-Tac is what I glue lace with. There's Fabri-Tac. We're just going to glue that lace right on there. I'm moving sometime at the end of May, I believe. My house is a new construction house, so I have to wait for them to be done with it. But the end of May, I believe. It could be the beginning of June. We don't know. We're at their mercy, as you know. It is what it is, right? So I'm going to position this as best I can because I want the points on there and I want the points straight. So we'll have a little excess that we'll cut off. We're going to get that glued down and straight. There we go. And we might end up layering this lace too, but there's the first one. Now, I didn't ink these yet. We'll ink them, or at least you could ink them. I don't think I need to ink with you guys sitting here. I feel like when I ink things on camera, the only time I should do it is if you really need to see me do it, because y'all know how to ink things. And it takes our time away from crafting and decorating and all that kind of stuff if I stop to ink. So let's just go without inking for now, and we'll ink later. when I'm off camera so I don't take up our time to do it now. Okay, so we're straightening that one out. It would be easier if my lace was straight, but it's all right. It's coming together. There's that. That's good. Okay, and one more. Yeah, we purchased it in January and it was already under construction. It was already framed and wired and all plumbed and all that kind of stuff. So we purchased it in January. Okie doke. Here's this one. And if you've been following along with the moving saga, we're moving and then we're building an exterior building so that we can house the YouTube channel and the crafting YouTube channel and the live sales. So we'll have an exterior building for the business. So we can finally get it out of our regular residence. It's grown too big to leave into the regular residence anymore. Okay, so I think I pulled these up in a straight line here. There we go. All right, so there's that part. Now let's do a little embellishing on the top of this lace. Like I said, you could go in and you could add a white lace over top of that cream lace, and that would look really cute. You could just add a little bit of a doily or something over there. That's a little too small, so we need something in the medium range. Let's see what we have in the medium range. There's this one. That's okay there. Let me dig through this bag and see. I would like to use these little square ones. Here's another one. A little square. It's okay. Let's see if I can find one more square. I mean, yes, there's one in here, but where? You guys can probably see it and you're like, it's on the left. Uh-huh. There's one right there. Okay. So when I build free journals, I try to keep them similar, but they end up being slightly different no matter what I do. All right, let's try this one. I like it because it's a little less flowery. So let's do those three. Now you could do something in the center of these. You could do a little ribbon, a little French laundry ribbon or something like that. And I do have some black and white, and I think I will do that in there. So I have some little French laundry ribbon. Let's see which one we think. I like the little number 40s. Let's do the little number 40s in there. I like those. There we go. And all of this antique stuff, you guys know, is in the live sale. So if you're looking for it, that's where it is every Tuesday and Thursday. All right, so we could use a little rusty safety pin. I'm not going to get those out right now because they're not in this room, but we could use a little rusty safety pin and put a little rusty safety pin with our little French laundry ribbon. I think that looks really cute. So let's go ahead and get these guys glued on. Just a little bit. I don't want too much glue here. I want them to be floppy. I just don't want them to fall off. And that takes care of this corner over here where, you know, you could have done more collaging if you wanted to. You could add a little flower or some other element, but we're just getting this on there for now. And then we'll safety pin, rusty safety pin those number 40s on. I don't know if this is enough glue. Let's hope it is. Okay, so that's those. These will be pinned on, and we will stamp, now that we have a number here, we will stamp a word or a saying or something like that right here, right in that area. Okay, so that's those. Very, very simple. If you ink them, they will look amazing. I don't even know where my little ink blender is. I will show you with one. Let's do this guy. So if you ink them, so I always ink with Distress Oxide. I recommend the oxide over the regular vintage photo 100 million times. Distress Oxide, as you're seeing right now, when I'm inking it, it is almost showing up as gold. Because the oxide is so creamy and luxurious and wonderful, it really does ink as almost gold in color. When you're using regular vintage photo, it's just brown. I know it's, everyone's favorite, Tim Holtz, whatever. He has lovely things and he loves, the vintage photo, and everybody does. I do too, but I just prefer the oxide formula so much more over the regular ink formula. So there's that. We will get in there and ink this. Again, you normally would ink before this part, but I wanted to ink one, show you what it looks like inked. That's what we have. They're lovely. Okay, let's move on. I'm going to put this glue lid on, and then we're going to make something else. So for these three here, we're done with these for now. I'm just going to leave those on there. Actually, I'm going to pick them off just in case glue seeps through and they get stuck on crooked. Nobody wants that. So really, they're nearly finished. We're going to stamp a word or whatever you want right there. And then we're going to safety pin on those. Very, very simple, but beautiful pockets. There they go. Okay. These three here, let's just add white lace to the bottom of them quick. And let's move on. Very simple. I have the perfect white lace. It is right here. Here's the white lace. All of the laces and stuff are in Etsy. I do occasionally bring packs to the sales, but they're so time consuming to cut. So laces in Etsy. That's where lace lives. Okay, so we're cutting these. There we go. All right, we're going to glue those on. So we made 6 pockets out of Tim Holtz cardstock. They're going to look like $1 million in the journal. And it is kind of a cheater way of making ephemera because we didn't even collage this. Now you could add a little label. I probably will come in and add a French postage stamp to these. I have some Robin's Egg Blue French postage stamps, and I will more than likely be adding that postage stamp. I'm just going to glue them all because why not? We're here. Let's get it done. But yes, just a little French postage stamp will be lovely on these. And anytime you're gluing fabric or lace, Fabri-Tac is the way to go. A lot of people, especially when they're new, ask about glues. Fabri-Tac for anything fabricy or lacy. Now I'm going to try to line up these points where I want the points. Anytime I have pointed lace, I'm picky. And I want my points to be as evenly spaced as possible. This is why I cut the lace pieces longer than I need, and it's because I'm picky. But there's that guy. I don't know if I want him that high or I want him that lower. I'm not really sure with them. Let's move him just a little bit lower. Just a little lower. Okay, so there's that one. We're going to have 6 pockets. You could make 6 of everything like I'm doing, and you could just put that in your ephemera box, your ready-made ephemera box, and then you would have extras left over. Because this ephemera can go in any journal. It's beautiful. It will go in any journal you make. So just, consider easy projects like this, making a couple extra so that you have them. That basket of ephemera I showed in the beginning, that is from my ready-made ephemera box. A lot of it is 365 ideas that we have made together in the videos. If you don't know what I'm talking about 365, there is a series on my channel under the video section. It's available, it's free, and it's 365 different new ideas for making junk journal ephemera, mostly some decorative elements, but most of it is ephemera based. I feel like most of us make, tons of ephemera, and it's always nice to have good ideas, new ideas on making ephemera. Yeah, don't cut into your cardstock. Don't do what I just did. Don't cut into your cardstock. Just cut your excess lace off. Here's that one. And so 365, I will be making new videos. I keep saying that. I plan on it for sure. I am just a little bit overwhelmed with house stuff because they constantly need things. It's a semi-custom home build, so it's not like a normal home build. It's very much you're involved in the process, which is good. Okay, so there's those three. Want to make sure that my lace stays straight and does not dry crooked. Nobody likes crooked lace. These two are good. This one is annoying me, but we will fix it and move on. Okay, so very, very, very quickly, again, once you ink these, see how it almost shows up as gold? I love Vintage Photo Oxide. Vintage Photo Oxide for the win. And plus, bonus, Oxide is the one that's usually available, guys. It's the regular Vintage Photo that is kind of harder to find, and I don't think it's as popular. But anyway, there's one of those inked. Beautiful. Now, if I had one of those postage stamps, which let me look and see if I do. Alrighty, we've got these ones. And I just sold these recently, 100-pack bundles of French postage stamps. But these are the exact color. These ones are a little off on color, but they have paper back behind them. Let's see. I don't want to open this bundle up because it's so darn cute. But let's see about gluing one of those on there. I don't know. I'm going to think about it, but postage stamps for the win. I think I want to use this one because it's the right colorway, but I think it needs something else to go with it. And I don't want to get into the whole thing with it, so I'm probably going to back that with something more in the white color family. I don't know what at the moment, but a little bit of scripty handwriting with a postage stamp would be great. Yes, a little scripty handwriting with a postage stamp, either there or there. I don't want to do it all at the bottom all the time, but that would be great. So this is what I will do eventually, like that. Let's move on for now because we've done these enough. We have 6 pockets, and it took us, I don't know, total 30 minutes or something, but probably because I was being too chatty. So anyway, very simple pockets. I still have 3 more. These could be for the same journal. These are the ones with the roses. I left the ones with the roses. They could go in the same journal as long as you put one in the first half of the signature and the other one in the back half of the signature. They could. You could also turn them around like this, and they're not upside down this way. So you could make them this way as well. You could see if you popped that white lace at the bottom of there, that blue really pops with white lace. So anyway, you could have 9 pockets. You could. There we go. Let's move on from there. Let's leave this on the table so I don't forget about my stamps. Okay, let's see. We're going to make some tags next. Tags are going to be super, super simple. I'm going to use a base of 12 by 12 coffee dyed cardstock. This is scrapbooking cardstock that I buy in a 100-pack from Hobby Lobby. You buy the cardstock from Hobby Lobby. It's white, comes in a 100-pack. It's like $6 for 100 pieces. And then you coffee dye it just by dipping it in coffee dye, your special coffee dye mixture. And so we're going to make some tags out of this. The reason why I want to use cardstock that's coffee dyed is so that when I decorate the front of it, The back is already coffee dyed and it's sturdy, thick cardstock. So we're going to work on this side. What I need is some antique documents. Some antique documents. Let's see here. Got to find the right documents. Well, they're here somewhere. Let's see. I've got focal points. Focal points, focal points. Here we go. We want a creamy scripty background. Creamy color. I know, very specific, right? So I'm looking for something in the darker color family. This is darker and it's got purple handwriting, and that's not immediately a no. We could do that, and this could be 2 tag columns right there. We could do that. That's first up in my bin of scraps. Let's see what else is in my bin of scraps. I've got ledger. I really would like that purple. I think that would look awesome. So if I can find more purple, we're going to use it. I just need to make 3. So I'm looking for some purple handwriting. Purple handwriting. Where is the book full of purple handwriting? You can see that I planned out this live very, very well. Some are more planned than others. This one, I'm going a little bit rogue. And yeah, here's my book of purple handwriting. So again, this was an antique French school book. It's got all kinds of things, math and maps and whatever in here. There's some grammar. I just need to find a page that is full of handwriting. I like this one because it doesn't have breaks in the handwriting, so that would work. All right, let's just use that one. So if you don't have Antique French School Book, there are some coming to a sale near you, or you could use a digital. You could also use a French scripty stamp that you stamped with ink and then stamp that onto some darker cream color paper. So what we're going to do is we're going to glue with glue stick this onto our cardstock, and then we're going to cut that into 2 tags. Now, it might actually have to go this way to be cut into 2 tags. We're going to find out. Let's see, what size is this? So my handwriting portion is about 6.5. 6.5. I really want over 7. So let's just glue several pieces of this on here so that we can get 7 inches. That would be 9. All right, well, let's take a couple inches off the bottom and we'll save that for a scrap for collage. We'll save this for collage. That'll be great later. We're going to glue this on right like that, and we'll get, how wide? We'll get 3.5 inch tags. No, we will not. We're going to have to glue it like that. Perfect. Okay, so I want to measure 3.5 inches because I don't want to waste my original paper. I don't want to waste it. I think that's too small. Let's do like this. Okay, so again, I can save this excess bit for collage. There we go. That's 1 tag right there. Love it. Perfect. Let's use this one. I know, I'm fussy. I'm very, very fussy because this one, it doesn't really have 3.5 of handwriting. We could use it, but whatever. We have another one over here. So all that to say, we have another one. Okay, so let's tear that off. We're making 3 of these. That one tore. That's okay. And then let's tear this one and save a little bit at the bottom also. And we'll use that for collage later. All these little scraps for collage fodder. That's a fun one. Okay, so we're going to glue these with a glue stick. And what we're doing is we're making our tag base. We're making our tag base. This is the project where we're going to use the Tim Holtz tape and those botanical images. They're going to come out so beautiful in the end. Maybe you could have pop-up sales there and workshops. I will not be doing business open to the public from my personal residence. They're part of the reason why the move is also necessary is because there has been a little bit of trouble. As you guys know, if you shop my live sale, you used to have my return address. You used to have my address, and it has become necessary as, you know, social media is public. It has become necessary to not have my address, my personal residence address out in public anymore. Sadly, you know, people are all walks of life and things happen. So, yeah, I will not be able to have customers at my home any longer. Not that we ever had them at my home currently, really, but, you know, we'll have to have a little bit higher security is all I've got to say about that. And so we won't be having people at the house, but we will be having that retreat. So there is a retreat. We will be having that, and that will be held at the hotel. And so at the hotel, you know, you guys can fly in or drive in and participate in the retreat with me there. And so we're going to glue this one down now. And we're just going to leave a little space in between to cut our tag. And we're going to glue that one on. But yeah, you know, things as you start out your YouTube life and your channel and, you know, whatever you're doing, usually you start it and you don't really think about all the things that could happen, or, you know, that things that you need to protect yourself and whatever. And so, yeah, you know, you just learn as you go. And I've learned as I go that having my address be private would be better. So there's that. Let's get that on there. One more to go. I know it's weird. I know. Okay, so we have this one right here. I think I am going to use this. And we want this to be about 3.5 inches wide. So I'm just going to fold that over and tear it. I know I have been very open, and I have been told not to be so open anymore. So, you know, like I said, you learn as you go. All right, let's glue this on. It's hard because I view you all as my friends, and, you know, we like being open, and we like talking about all the different things and, you know, life events and all that kind of stuff. And so we have had to recently start being more professional. I can't say that I will ever be totally professional because I just don't think that's how I'm built, but we have had to try to be more professional as a group, and I am trying to adhere to that as well and be more professional with many aspects of it, but not being as open is one of those, and it's just for several reasons. But yeah, so, you know, as I said, you learn as you go. There's a lot of things you don't know when you start out, and, you know, you make changes and adjust as you learn. That's all. But everything's good. Yeah, we look forward to doing that retreat. The retreat will be, I think, January, February, March at the latest of 2027. And we're still in the planning stages. It hasn't been really announced or anything. It's too early for that. But once we get this move over with, we can begin working on ironing out those details of that retreat setting, making sure we have the ballrooms and hotel rooms blocked out and all that kind of stuff. So I'll let you guys know for sure as soon as we have, you know, the details the reservations secured and deposits and all of that paid, I'll let you guys know, and then we'll announce it then. But yes, plan on it for sure. We're doing one early part of 2027. Okay, we're going to save this piece of cardstock. We'll use that later. And we're going to cut out 3 tag bases out of this. And there we go. Eventually, we might teach classes, in-person classes here in Arizona. It would not be at my house, but eventually we will teach some classes. I believe that is one of my goals, is to teach some public classes here locally. Yeah, so we keep growing and changing and adapting. But I think it would be fun to meet all of you for sure. I mean, you know, we chat all the time, but several times a week for most of us. We chat all the time, but you know, it'd be nice to put the face with the name and all of that stuff. So yeah, sure. Okay, so there's some tags. Let's go ahead and cut them into tag shape. We ended up, where did we end up? We were aiming for 3.5 and we nearly got it. We got it on some and we nearly got it on others. So we were aiming for 3.5 by 7. We did fairly good. We did. I'm happy with that. Okay, so let's move on to getting these done. We're going to need to cut these. If you have a question or you're talking to me, please type it in all caps and I will do my best to answer your questions. Okay, so I'm just going to cut these into tag shape quickly. And we'll get going on making these. Okie doke. So there's some tag shapes. If I didn't do quite so well, I might have to readjust. There we go. And then we're going to poke holes in these. Now we could do a hole punch. Let me leave the top for just a minute because I want to tie a bow with some ribbon in some of these, and this might be one that we do that with. Or I could do the slot hole punch because I brought the little slot hole punch in. This is the Stampin' Up version. This guy, he doesn't run $1 million, and he is super cute and good for the slot tab at the top. So there's that. Let's leave the top for just a minute till I figure out what I want to do. Let's move on to getting these decorated. Remember, they're coffee dyed already on the back, so I don't need to worry about the backs. All I want to do with these is I want those botanical book pages right here. And I want to pick some long, tall flowers from them. And I want to tear those out because right now we have a very straight edge, right? Everything is straight. So we're going to do a torn edge on these guys. And so I'm just going to fold these as best as I can. Gonna fold them. I've got glue all over my fingers from Fabri-Tac, and I'm gonna tear these out. She says. Okay, and then this one is a little skinny. And we're going to tear that out. I believe this is like Flower Family Album or something. All of it is black and white. I don't have the book in here, but I did film it for you and show you guys before. I did show you the book before and did a video flip through of it. I've also made ephemera out of it before on camera in the 365 series, I believe. So it is, I have shown it. I just don't remember what it's called. Something about Family Flower Album or something similar to that. I know, I'm so sorry. I wish that I could remember all of the names of all of the books, but it's hard. Okay, so there's 3 of those. I will not waste these. These will be saved and used for later, different purpose, but Now let's worry about getting these the way that we want them. I don't want this line at the bottom because I feel like it's too heavy. So I'm just going to tear that. Now, if you don't have this book, like I said, any type of botanical stamp, ink stamp, where you stamp it with ink on paper, any type of botanical stamp will work. And this one, I might leave that weird line over there. I might. I'm not sure yet. I want to fold it so I can tear the side of it. But let's see what that looks like. Okay, so we've got that one, and I think I need to reverse these two. This one is just more linear, and this one is a little wider. I know it's weird, but anyway, this is where we're at. And all I want to do, these are super simple projects because we have to make a lot of ephemera, right? So anyway, fast ones, fast projects today. And we're going to use the Tim Holtz cello tape. Let's get these. Okay. And I will kind of gently remind you guys that my chat should be all positive. We should never be talking about anything negative, anything sad. We should keep chat positive and happy. This should be a place that everyone feels good and comfortable and happy being in. Let's just try to keep that chat positive, please. Okie doke. Let's go ahead and tape these down. Now, I do want to glue them, but I am going to use the cello tape to accent them, okay? So before we glue them, we could think about adding a third element, because right now we have a background, but I don't count the background as an element. If we put this on, that's one element, and then this is the only other element, which is decorative tape, which is two. We can do it. It's okay. It's just a little more plain. So what I think I want is I want to glue these. I want to do the cello tape and then a number, a little number label or something like that. Okay, so let's glue these down quick. Yes, chat should be obeying social media policies and rules, and that is to keep chat positive, no drama, no trauma, all of that good kind of stuff. Let's just keep chat rolling with positivity and happiness. Okay, so let's get these glued on. If you are curious about social media etiquette and rules, I encourage you to look that up on social media. Google it, chat GPT it, whatever you would like to do there. But yes, general social media etiquette is to always keep that chat positive. Okay, I moved that up just a little bit there. There's that one. I didn't ink these. I don't think they need it. I'm looking for a little bit lighter of a look. And we have that inked tape going on, so the inked tape will be great. There we go. There we go. Let's get this one on there. Okay. That's great. Love that. And I'm just trying to center them. Not caring too terribly much as long as they're relatively straight. Okay, let's get this one on. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. So there's this one. That's the last of the three of these. We don't want it lined up perfectly with that text up there. So we're going to smidge it up. Here we go. Got a little glue there. We're going to cover that with tape. Okay. So after the three of those got glued on, let's use our tape. Now, if you want, you can just make your own tape. That's the first video of the 365 series. Otherwise, we're going to use this Tim Holtz tape. It doesn't really matter. Like, we could cut these pieces if we get super long ones. Trying to get them off the sheet. There we go. Now, these are pretty sticky. I am going to just take a swipe of Uhu on the back of them because who knows, and Uhu is like, you know, forever glue. So let's go ahead and get this one glued right here. Here we go. Love that. And that blue is going to dry underneath. And when the blue is dry, you're going to see that a lot more clearly. So there's that one. And then we're going to take a little one across the bottom. This little one right here. Let's just get some Uhu on that one as well. Just for safekeeping, we're going to glue with Uhu. And we'll glue that over there. Not quite right there, but similar. Right there. There we go. So there's that one. You're looking for 2 pieces of tape on each one. Don't go too crazy with it, but 2 is plenty. And if you need to cut these long ones, you surely can. I got a couple more that'll work on this one. Maybe. I can't get it off. I can't get it off the carrier sheet. Isn't that the story of stickers, though? Like, honestly, stickers are just notoriously terrible to get off of their backing. And I don't get why. Like, why they have to be so fussy with us all the time. This one probably could have been cut down, but... And it's got a lot of blue glue under it, so you'll have to wait for the reveal on that one. Okay, the next one I think we are going to have to cut. And they come different colors, too. Let's go ahead and cut this one. If I can get it off the sheet. I'm telling you, I'm having a hard time. I have glue all over my fingers, which doesn't help. There we go. So let's cut this one. You can see it's got a light and a dark section. You don't want to cut it straight across. You want to cut it kind of jaggedy, just to keep that same look that Tim is using. So I'm going to stick that one back to that carrier sheet for a minute, and we're going to glue this guy. And my Uhu is just, you know, it's just chunking away right now. There we go. And I'll just drag it through that one. And you want to kind of go opposite. If you notice, I'm going, you know, if I go on the top on the left, then I go on the bottom on the right. If I go on the top on the right, I go on the bottom of the left. Just kind of opposite it, just offset it a little bit. Let's get this one glued on. Okay, there's that. What kind of journals are you guys working on? I know you guys are working on all kinds of journals. Lots of you are making the same journal here with me, but I also know lots of you are working on different journals because you're posting pictures in the Junk Journal Facebook group. If you're not a member of the Junk Journal Facebook group, it is linked in the description box as well as pinned to the chat box of this live. I have a Facebook group. The Facebook group is called Junk Journal Makers. It is for people of all skill levels. We have some of the most watched channel owners as members of our Facebook group, Gail Agustinelli and, oh my gosh, there's a million, Joey DeFee, there's a million of them. And they're members of the Facebook group, and it's for everyone, all skill levels. So what I'm saying is, while there are people in that Facebook group who are professional junk journal makers, there are many people just starting out and all skill levels. So go over, become a member of the Facebook group if you would. And lots of people are posting beautiful pictures every day of what they're making, ephemera, whole complete junk journal flip throughs, everything. So if you're not a member, there's a Facebook group for you. Let's go ahead and ink one of these up so we can see what it really looks like. And then we'll figure out the top and the further decorating of these. Ink them up. Got a little glue underneath right there. And I don't want that glue to create a bubble. There we go. I find that I like to ink the bottom a little bit more than the top. I just feel like it looks better. So there's one inked. I think inking is definitely the way to go. So I can quickly ink these, but honestly, I don't want to waste our time doing it, because we need to make more ephemera. So let me get this one done, and then we're going to decorate these. I want a number label at the bottom, kind of like a specimen label at the bottom. So there's that one roughly inked. I won't do this one because it's going to take too long, but there's those inked. Okay, so I need some little numbers. Let me see if I have numbers in here somewhere. I usually do have numbers. I do. I know that I have numbers wherever my numbers are. I know that I have them. Okay, here's my numbers. These are great little numbers to use. They have all different kinds. And since we're kind of, you know, we're not using Tim Holtz ephemera as of right this second, but it goes with it. And these go with all styles. There's even French ones in here. So we're just going to pull out. There is some Robin's Egg Blue numbers in this pack. There's one there. I can see one back over here. I'm not for sure these are the correct numbers I want to use, but they're Robin's Egg Blue ones. A lot of these are French. Love that. Let's see. We are looking for science-y kind of numbers. Some science-y kind. There's that one. I actually like the science-looking ones better. So I don't want to pull them all out. There's that one. So no Robin's Egg Blue for me. Love the color. Here is a blue one. No, I don't love it with the purple. All right, so we're looking for a little bit different of a number. This one has got a little scripty handwriting. I like that one. Okay, let's use these. That'll work, she says, but she still keeps looking. Anyway, there's another little Frenchy one right there. Keep losing it. All right, those will work because I can't find anything else right now. So let's use those. This goes back over there. Let's ink these quick, just a little bit around the edge so we don't see that white. All Tim Holtz ephemera will have that white little border. We want to get rid of that, or else it will look brand new. And it's supposed to look a little vintagey. So let's do that. And then let's talk about the top. These are really kind of plain. And so that's why I was thinking maybe the bow top on these would be a nice decorative element. So the bow top, I really do like that one with that one. I think maybe this one's going over here. I can't figure out where to put this one at the moment. At the bottom? I don't know. Maybe it goes at the top. No, it for surely doesn't go at the top. It could go off to the side, but I really don't like it there. It's going to go at the bottom. The bottom. And that one will go at the bottom of that one. Okay, well, that's where those are going. Let's glue those. Now, for those ones, I do like to use art glitter glue because, assuming it works, because these are cardstock. So anytime I have cardstock, even if it is the light cardstock, I always use art glitter glue. So we have much more ephemera to make. We need to make, I don't know, at least 2 or 3 other pieces plus some more decorating. So I need to get that one down there. Yes, I do. There's that. They're very simple. You saw that, you know, if you were just making one of these, it'd take you 5 or 10 minutes and you'd have it done. Very, very simple. I think this one's going to go up at the top. As long as it's straight, we'll be good. It's art glitter, so you get what you get. And then this one, I'll have to do you guys some black and white botanical images like these so that you guys can have those. This one I'm going to put over here, a little bit offset. Okay, so tops. Tops need done. For sure they need done. And since we have very basic bottoms, I think we might do the bow top. And the bow top is made with a hole punch. I am going to have to ink this one because we won't be able to get the bow. We won't be able to ink it after the bow is on there. So we're going to have to ink it quick. At least it has some ink on it. And this one also could use a little adjusting over here. Okay, I'm mostly good with those. So let's do the hole punches for the bow. Okay, so you're going to take your tag top. It's a little wonky, pretty. And you're going to punch 2 little holes. You could use your crocodile, and if you use the crocodile, you could use a little bit different size hole than this one, but it doesn't really matter. You're just gonna, so if you place it in the center, that's gonna mess you up because you need 2. So I like to place it in the center just like that so I can see where the center is. And then from there, I can kind of go, okay, well, we need one here. And then I'm going to eyeball it and go the same distance over here. And hopefully it's going to work out. Now, if you mess it up, it's a bow and there'll be a bow up there and it will be fine. So don't stress about it. Punch 2 holes at the top of your tag. It's fine. They don't need to exactly line up. Yes, you can measure them, but why? Why make your life that hard? Just punch 2 holes. Just punch 2 holes at the top of your tag. Ooh, that one does not want to punch. I do not know why. Oh, that one does not want to punch either. Anyway, now we have holes at the tops of our tags. Maybe it is full and it needs cleaned out. The next thing that we need is we need some seam binding. And I know lots of you guys just got your order from me and you got all the fabulous seam binding. And some of you guys didn't get all the fabulous seam binding because it sold out. But we'll have more seam binding for you guys again soon. Okay. So let's get some seam binding and put some seam binding at the top. Let me grab some quick. Okay, so I found some. I did not find exactly what I was looking for, but I found some seam binding. So what I'm looking for is that Frenchy blue color. And I don't really have the exact color. Like this one is pretty good. We might try using this one. In fact, I don't even know where the bottom of that is. It's somewhere in there. There's also this one. Neither of those are perfect. This one is not either. What I need is a medium of a mixture of these two. And I don't have either of those. Then there's gold or red or white or this blue, but it's not perfect either. So I think we're going to try to make our own Frenchy blue here because I can't find the perfect one. So let's see what we can do. Let's try grunging up this guy. I know, I've shared all my seam binding. Now there should be some around here, but I don't know where it is. I don't know. Everything is a mess right now. In fact, I can't find the bottom of this guy. Here it is. Okay, so I'm going to clip this guy and we're going to find the end, which is right here. And I'm going to leave myself enough for a couple of bows. So let's grunge up that guy. I don't know, it's not the right color, but it will have to do because we can't we can't deal with the rest of this right now. We can't. Okay, so I gotta shove this back in this baggie and put it on the side. Now you could use a pink or whatever matches your journal, but we're gonna try grunging up this guy. Okay. I remembered where I put it. I did. You guys are going to be proud of me. I actually remembered something. So I remembered where I put the Frenchy blue. There's the Frenchy blue. It's going to look really blue to you, but it is the Frenchy blue. So there's that one. Now it's not crinkled. So if we do it, it's not going to be crinkly, or we're going to have to grunge up this one and make it. So one or the other. Either way, they'd both be wet, I guess. Let's try this one. Let's try that guy. Let's try that. Because I keep looking over there and it's like so close, but not exact. I have like every color in between, but not exactly the one I need. So anyway, let's try grunging these up. We have some seam binding. It might not be the exact color we need, but we do have the method of grunging these. Now, if you had coffee dye or tea, if you had coffee or tea sitting next to you, you could just spritz this with a little coffee or tea mixture. I don't happen to have coffee or tea sitting next to me. So what I need to do is I need to stretch this out, not perfectly flat, but a little stretched out so that my ink dauber with my vintage photo oxide on it, it needs to hit those high points. And so this is going to alter this color, bring down that brightness and make it a little more grungy. And it's going to look like you coffee dyed it after you dyed it. So you dye it to get the color, and then this is going to make it look like it's got that little bit of grunge, that little coffee dye mixture over the top. And so we don't need to re-wet this or anything like that. We can just keep going, smoothing it out enough so that our dauber hits the high points. And you can see I'm trying to do one side and then I'll go back and hit some of the other, but we're just going to do it and we're going to see how we like it. So I didn't re-ink or anything like that. I'm just using the ink that's sitting there on my dauber. Here we go. There we go. And you can see how it's just hitting those high points, the little roughly crinkly bits. And there's that one. Running out of ink, but we're almost to the end. And let's get this little tail just so it doesn't stick out. There we go. Okay, so that's one side of it. You can see it's starting to change color. Now we need to go and quickly do the other side. This is just giving us a little more mottled color. That's the side we did. This is the side we need to do. And that's going to finish it off. I might need to get just a little bit more ink. You can do this with any color ink too. So if you had pink and you wanted it to be purple, you would grab your purple Tim Holtz ink and you could do it that way. So this will change the color of anything just by running your blending foam over it. And you can make it, you know, completely a different color. If you wanted it green, you could use green ink and it would hit all the high points and make it green. So just keep working with it. We're about halfway. We need to hit the back side back here. There we go. Now this is not going to be waterproof ink. So if you were going to glue this or something like that, your color might run. But we're not going to glue this. We're going to tie this right in the holes of this tag, and it's not really ever going to get wet. So we don't need to worry about it. So now it's a little more coffee dyed. It's a little less perfect looking, a little more coffee dyed. Still perfect in color. This one would be just a little bit more bluey and purple, but it's not crinkled, so I decided not to use it. Okay, let's continue. Continue by tying a bow at the top of your tag. So we're going to take this, and I'm going to take a little section. I don't know, 18 inches, 20 inches, something like that. Might be too much, might not be enough, who knows? And we're going to take it from the back and poke that through. And poke that through on this side. And just like you're tying your shoes or whatever else, many ways to tie a bow, but I like to just tie it like you're tying shoes. There's that. And then 2 rabbit ears. There we go. And you can fluff that out. Now I'll show you the other way. So fluff that out. Make sure that you smooth out your bunny ears. Now it's crinkled seam binding, so it's going to be a little imperfect no matter what you do, and you can adjust, you know, your little tails and whatever. But you're looking for something that resembles a little Frenchy crinkled bow. Okay, now the other way is, again, you want a 20-inch or so piece. That seemed to work fairly well. You're going to take it from the back. You even out your strings, right? You want them about even. You can see I need to go a little more this way. There we go. They're even. Okay. Then you're going to take and make a bunny ear here. And you're going to take and make a bunny ear here. About the same height. And then you're going to take your bunny ears and tie them around each other. Just like that. And that guy, hold on 2 seconds. We got to tie a little. We got to tie a little tie here first. And then we'll do our bunny ears. Okay. Now that we've tied it, we'll do bunny ear and bunny ear, and take those bunny ears and wrap them around each other and pull the whole entire ear through the hole. It's just a little bit different than tying your shoe. I mean, I guess it depends on how your mom taught you to tie your shoe, but so there's that one. And you'll fluff out your bunny ears. There's that guy. He's a little different, a little floppy. We might need to tweak him a little more. Yeah, see, it doesn't lay quite as flat as this one. It doesn't lay quite as flat. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to do it. I think I'm just going to tie your shoe. Make the bunny ear, go around with it, and then through. I don't know. I think it makes a prettier bow. I tried the other way. I did. You saw me. Okay, so there's that guy. He's getting worked on. And then this one. And we're done, guys. We're done. Nearly. Let's make some other ephemera. Put this in the little bin and maybe we'll use it later. Okay. So, what's up, guys? How's chat? You can see that this blue color really does match that Tim Holtz paper that we did a little bit ago when we did these. I know I just made a mess. When we did these, we're doing this whole turquoise blue color story. And I made a mess with all my other little ephemera that we're going to decorate. But I still want to make a couple more pieces of ephemera with you. So let's keep going. I know it's getting close to bedtime for some of you. I'm going to fuss with this last bow and then we're moving on. Yes, we are. So you can see that this is simple and sweet ephemera. And it will flow beautifully in that journal that we created. Okay. So there's that one. Okay. We've got 3 of those done. And we've got 3 pockets done that look like that. And we've got 3 more pockets over there that look like that. And they'll have these little ribbons on them. Yes, they will. We're going to do rusty safety pin on those. So that's that pile of ephemera. These are all pieces yet to be decorated from master boards. I went over making that master board in the last class, in the first class of this series. Okay, let's make something else. We need 1 more piece of ephemera at least from scratch. These are our journals. There are 3 triplet journals. They look like this. And inside of these journals, there's a variety of beautiful antique pages, right? Antique pages, no digitals, no printed digitals whatsoever in here. All old documents, old book page, old dictionary, old handwritten documents. These are all old French pieces, ledger, all of that kind of stuff. The only thing that I printed was this, which is my own, and it's a scan of a French catalog page, and I printed it on vellum. That is the only thing that I printed for these journals, and there's 3 of them. And we'll be decorating the cover in the next video, but let's keep working. Now I want to make, what do I want to make? Let's make the tall tags from these. Sorry for reaching in front of the camera. Let's go ahead and make the tall tags from these. So I have a bunch of tall tags here. I've got 4 tags. Let's make those. So I've got 4, all from Masterboard. Let's grab our French Fashion magazine. Now, if you bought the physical kit, you got a craft, condition one of these magazines. And craft condition means that it's a little crumbly on the edges, but all we really care about are the ladies that are in these anyway. So we're going to cut the ladies out and use them. Now, you could scan them. You could scan them if you do not want to cut yours up. These are out of copyright. This one happens to have some boys and some gentlemen in there. These are super damaged ones that I always keep the really damaged ones for myself because they're the ones that I can cut up and not worry about or whatever, I'm going to craft with them. So the damaged ones do not bother me. Now these ones all have really large ladies in them. From what I'm seeing, all of the ladies are very large. I might need to grab a different craft magazine. Can't find the ladies in this one. Yep, see, they're all very large. So I need to grab a different magazine. We're going to cut it up and we're going to decorate these tags. And then I want to make one other piece with you. One other piece. So let me get these done quick. Where is a lady magazine? There is one right here. There's a lady magazine. As I drop everything else on the floor. But it doesn't matter. It's okay. It's all right. So this is some of the lace that I'll be using on the cover. And then I've got French postcards to decorate the cover also. So there's those. And a hair tie, apparently. Let's see. So we need a lady that will fit on these tags. She will, but she'll be way too tall, I believe. Let's see. This one has a lot of clothing in it. Let's see if there's other ladies. Here's some other ladies. So we've got this one. She'll fit on there if we want to put her on there. We've got a couple down here. Those would fit. These are available, these French fashion magazines. These are from the 1880s, and these are available in Etsy. I'm going to use this lady right here. So before you cut, you always want to look at the back just to make sure you're not cutting something you care about. I knew that that was going to be text anyway. That's just the way the magazines are laid out. But it's a good idea to look before you cut. And I'm just going to cut her out of there. And we'll fussy cut her in just a minute. But anyway, there's one lady. Now, for the other ones, for the other ladies, I could use that one. She's just a little big. I mean, she'll work, but let's use these two. What are we cutting into? We're cutting into corsets back there. Is it worth having her on there for corsets? I like this one. Let's cut this one. Now these group photos, you can be super careful and cut all around or whatever. I'm not going to. I'm just going to chop her out of there. So you could be super gentle and save the rest of those. But there's another one. So that's two. We need one more. One more. And I could take the girl sitting down, or I could take this girl with the book. The young girl with the book. Let's do that one. We can save the lady that's sitting down and use her for something else. So these are original 1880s, and they're full of fashion and lace and sewing and patterns and all kinds of wonderfulness. And they're in Etsy. Okay, so there's that. And if you got the physical kit, one was included in there so that you have an original one. And again, you can copy them. You can scan them. I would if I cared about what was back there, but I have a lot of these. And so I don't worry about it. Now, if I looked back there and there was something fabulous and I wanted to keep it, then yes, of course I would. Of course I would scan it first. So let's fussy cut these ladies quick. Now, these are from the 1880s. They cut out beautifully. When you glue them down, you want to be a little gentle, just because if you get crazy, you know, it's paper from the 1880s. If you get crazy, you will have your lady's head pull off with the glue stick. So just glue them gently with the glue stick. Go in one direction. Don't go back and forth. Just the same way that you would be careful with gluing any old ephemera, because this is original. So we're going to fussy cut that. And then we're going to go around the ruffles of this dress. We don't really care. We're just kind of roughly following the ruffles. And then we're going to go right up here, following the lines. Now, one of the things is their little fingers. They're often shown with their hands out, so you do want to be careful around their hands. But they're totally doable. It's easier than cutting out flowers with lots of petals and leaves and all of that kind of stuff. There we go. And we'll get her head. and her face. Now right in here, you've got to just be ever so careful. In fact, I usually cut the face out before I cut the body, but this time I didn't. So little flowers in her hair and the bow in the back of her bonnet. Okay, there's that. And she can go on something like that. Okay, next one. See how easy it is to decorate with these ladies though? And the reason why it works so easily just to plop one of these ladies on there, you don't even need like a tag or a label or any other kind of thing. You literally can just decorate with these ladies. And the reason why is because we've already spent all the time doing that beautiful collage masterboard background. Once you have that masterboard background down there, you could plop anything on there and it's going to look great. If you had a botanical flower, you could just plop that on there. You don't really need to do much more than that because of the collage background. Okay, pausing for questions. Does anybody have any questions about making junk journals out there in chat land? Anybody questions? Questions about what we do, what we're doing here? Questions about Facebook group or any other thing? Any type of question for me, type it in all caps and I'll be sure to look up and read and answer your question. Thank you guys for joining me on Sunday evening. We have moved these classes to Sunday evenings permanently now. Just trying to fit it all into my life with everything else. And I'm going to be taking my grandson overnight and he will need to go back to his mom on Sunday morning. And so I'm no longer able to do him Sunday morning. So that's why I had to move it to Sunday evening. So I can get some time with my grandbaby. There's another little lady. I don't know exactly where she's going, but something like that. Last but not least is the girl with the book. My little grandson is 7 months old and he is so adorable, as you guys, can imagine if you have grandchildren. 7 months is a great age. He's wonderful. I love him so much. And my other little grandson is going to be born in September. So yes, I'll have 2 grandsons here shortly. They will be 13 months apart. And as you can imagine, their mother is exhausted. Yep, she is exhausted. Sometimes it's a little hard to figure out exactly where, what is feet and what is not feet. As I'm finding it right now. A little hard to figure out what is feet, what is not feet. On the Victorian ladies. Okay, there's that. So if you want to make a French journal along with us and you don't have antique ephemera, you can certainly pick some up from me, or you can use digitals, or you could maybe make your own. There are lots of French stamp sets out there that have scripty backgrounds. You could kind of do faux French where it looks French, but it's not quite, you could do that. Really, French is just, that scripty calligraphy handwriting. And there are a lot of stamp sets out there that have that. You could stamp that in the background, and then you could find some, sewing pattern ladies or something like this. Grandbabies. Yes. Yeah. All right. So she's pretty good. There's a little area here. I think it wrinkled when it printed because there's like a little wrinkle in it. but whatever, she'll look great when she's glued down. So we need to find the appropriate tag for these. I do like her on this one. I think that blue highlights her face up there. This one is not bad. However, she might be better on all neutral. This one just really has that tiny little bit of robin's egg blue down there at the bottom. Nope. I think we have to go like that. And then we have to find one for her. I think she can be good on there. Okay, so let's use those three. Okay, we're gonna ink these ladies just ever so slightly. You're gonna need to be careful, so you want to make sure that you have ink on your little dauber. These are old and they're not on white paper, so you don't have to ink too terribly much. But I do like to give it just the little hint, just the kiss of ink. Wherever it touches is fine. I'm not going to stress about it too terribly much, but just a little. I see there's a little section of her book there that needs to be cut out yet. Right in there. Okay, so after I cut this out, we'll be good to go. And then I'm going to glue stick these on. And you could cut these out, fussy cut them once, and then copy them. And then it'd be much easier to cut out the next time because the background would be white. They kind of blend into like the other printing. That's why I was saying it's hard to find out, like figure out where their feet are, where their shoes are. I don't know about inking her too much. I really like the fact that she's very light. And that there's just a kiss of border around her. So I don't want to over ink her. Okay. There's those. Let's glue them down. Thanks for joining me, guys. It's crazy on Sunday evening. I know. But it does allow us time to do Sunday morning activities, which is also a plus. Okay. So let's get these glued down carefully. Try going in one direction. Be very careful with their arms and their heads. And I just say that because I would hate for you guys to, like, you know, do all the work of fussy cutting and then lose a head. Now, it can be repaired. It can be glued back on. But better to be careful the first time. Okay, so we're going to put her down there pretty far. Just like that. There we go. She fit on there lovely. There we go. All the little tiny bits glued on. Love it. Okay, next is this one. So very simple ephemera tonight, but I want to make one more piece. One more piece. I did promise you we would decorate this masterboard stuff a little bit. So we might make masterboard pockets and one more piece of ephemera. Okay, there's that one. Get her on there. Can't have her toe sticking off. There we go. And last but not least, this little girl. These were all the latest fashions in the 1880s in France and pretty much all over the world because the world at that time was copying and imitating French fashion. French fashion was the thing in see, if you're not careful, French fashion was the thing in 1880s. All right, so we're going to have a little patching to do. We're going to get her foot on there. Oh, and her foot broke off. We're going to get her all on there and patched back together. There's the bottom part. Oh, we don't have room for her book. We got to slide her over. Slide. Slide. Okay, so we're patching her back together. There she is, patched back together. And you would never know. They do go back together really nicely. Okay. She's all on there. Lovely. Okay. We've got 3 lovely ladies now. Those, honestly, they'll just get inked around. And I don't really have room for holes at the top of these 2, but this one we could do the slot. The little slot punch maybe. Let's see about doing that one. Let's do the slot tab. And we could do it wherever we want to do it. Kind of in the center would be great. There's the slot for her, and we'll tie some ribbon through there. These ones, you could leave rectangular or you could cut them. I honestly like them just like this. I don't know that we need to cut them, but they'll look lovely once they're inked up. I'll ink one and show you, but they'll look lovely. And that's all you have to do. Once you have that lady on there, those ladies are showstoppers. Like, you don't need to put a label and a flower and a whatever and a whatever. You just don't. They're all good just like this. Now, if you want to do further embellishing, you can, but don't feel like you have to. So there's one inked. Now, I don't know that you can see that because I feel like the lighting is a little too bright again. So we're going to bring that down. Hopefully that's better. You guys can see them. There's robin's egg blue all over down here and robin's egg blue all over up here. I know it's very hard to see in the camera. And here's this one. Even though I tore her, you still cannot see. Yeah, you still can't see. It's beautiful. So there's that. We'll ink the rest of those. So we have 3 tags. Okay. Let's do pockets very quickly. Masterboard pockets very quickly. Let's do, I don't know, we might do the triangles or we might do the rectangles. I don't know. Let's figure that out. I know that I'm going to want some fussy cut flowers on them. Where are my fussy cut flowers? Somewhere. Well, we have these too. I forgot. We have these. So we need to do pockets out of these also. We're going to have a little bit more time. Do you guys want to hang out a little bit more? Or do you want me to stop? Because we have pockets to decorate here and we have pockets to make here. I have one more entirely different piece of ephemera to make. And I also have some tags to decorate. So yes, there's a lot more still. You guys want me to stop for the day or do you want me to continue? Let me grab my focal points. I think I know what you're going to say, but you know. I don't know why I bothered to ask because I already know the answer. I do. Okay. So let's do some corner pockets quick. Let's do some corner pockets. We need 3 corner pockets that way. And, well, we only have 4. So let's do 3 that look like that. And we'll come back to these ones. Let's do 3 corner pockets that look like this. The first thing I want to do is ink them because we'll have to add stuff to them. And I don't want the inking to not get done. So I want to ink them. These are corner pockets. They go on the bottom corner of a page. You could put them as top tucks also. So in the journal, they could go at the bottom corner or the top as top tucks. A top tuck would look like this over the edge of a page, and you would tuck the tag up underneath of it. I'm going to do them as corner pockets like this. Does not matter to me what's upside down or right side up. They're masterboards. There are pieces going every direction. I need to get more ink in this guy. And of course, now that I did that, it's super dark, but you know how it goes. Okay. Get that inked up, inked up, inked up. This is the last one. And now if we want to add lace down the top part, which is what I'm thinking of doing, we already have it inked. Okay. Those look good. Those look good. Okay. Let's grab some, I want to put botanical flowers and a little lace trim. Let's do that quick. I need botanical flowers that are quick and easy. So quick and easy botanicals. The Botanist Sticker Anthology, quick and easy botanical stickers. There are tons of them in here. They fit on pockets. I'm looking for something that is very simple. I don't want a bunch of bright color. So we're going to have to find some stickers that have, I don't know, something more muted. Right now I can't find any stickers. Ooh, this is a good one. This one is very muted. Now, what I don't love about these is that big white border. What I don't love is that big white border. No, I don't. Even this guy. I think I'm going to fussy cut my own because I don't love that border. So I think I'm going to fussy cut my own flowers. Bear with me while I grab them. I'm going to fussy cut my own little flowers. Let's do some irises. Let's do irises. Okay. So I've got some fussy cutting in my future. And these ones are printed on 28-pound paper, which means I need the cutter bees. And we're going to do this guy here. Obviously, I'm going to fussy cut them, but to get them out of the carrier sheet first. Okay. That guy there. And then I think we're going to do this purple one. I don't know, maybe this yellow and purple one. And that guy. There's 3 iris. Okay. Watching chat, reading chat, attempting to read chat, and fussy cutting. So I didn't want the big white border from those other ones. So I'm going to make my own. And we're going to have a little white border, but we could ink it or use a marker or whatever. Let's get that done. Fussy cut it. So we got to get these done. And then I'm going to show you some ephemera from my ephemera box at the beginning of the next video. So the next live, I'll show you the ephemera that I have done, because at the end of the next live, I should have all my ephemera done. But at the beginning, I will show you where I'm at. That way you'll get ideas for things that maybe you didn't watch 365 videos, or maybe you forgot or whatever, but it'll be ideas in the beginning and inspiration. And then we'll make more ephemera next time. We're going to decorate that cover next time. So really by the end of the next video, your journal is going to look mostly done. In fact, most people would probably stop there and say that their journal is done. But in the 4th video, I have something special planned in the 4th video. Normally, I say that we're, going to do some embellishing, and we do, some clusters or scrap work or something like that. And we do, some embellishing, and we'll do that too in the 4th one. But I do have a specific project planned for that fourth and final video, I'm going to come in here and just cut out some of this excess white. There we go. And we'll leave the rest of that. That's okay. We'll ink it and it will disappear. Let's get these other ones done. In fact, you could really leave that white in there and ink it away. So when we're done working on these journals, after the fourth class, we're going to begin working on a new journal. And it's not a journal kit yet, but we'll begin working on a new journal after this one. So every Sunday, we will always be making journals together, hopefully. And so, yeah, even when this one is done, if this one was not your style, don't worry, there are more coming. We'll always be working through different themes and different styles. My themes are very, very general. I like vintage, obviously. It's my whole life. So I usually have vintage in there somewhere. Even the boho one is going to be themed with some vintage materials. So yeah, we have lots of journal making fun in our future. There's that guy. We can come back in and cut some white out. All right, so I hope you guys also get to spend time with your family over the Easter holiday. I'll let you guys know, like, if you look at the channel on Sunday morning, if you look at the channel, it will tell you if there is a live. So by noon Arizona time, I've always got it posted. So if you look at the channel, it will tell you if there's a live. It will also tell you in the Facebook group if there's a live. But every Sunday, barring some major holiday, and I know it's Easter, but we're still planning on being back here in time to do it. If something changes, the channel will tell you. The Facebook group will tell you. But I hope that you guys get some time with your family on Sunday. Get to spend some time Easter Sunday. We always have big Easter dinner on Easter Sunday. So we'll be doing that. I don't think we're doing ham this year. I do believe we will do something else, but yeah, you know, ham, deviled eggs, the whole 9 yards. Some people do, some years we did like the barbecue style where we have a ham, but we also did like potato salad, and we served the ham more kind of, it's cooked, but it's cool, right? And then we did potato salad, and we did baked beans and deviled eggs and all the things, right? But so some years we did it more picnic style, and some years we did it more traditional, like hot dinner kind of, ham and a seasoned mashed potato or something like that. But yeah, I don't know what exactly we're doing yet. I need to figure that out. I don't know if we're going to do them that way. I think this one would be better on the dark, and this one better on the light. Maybe. And this one there. Yeah, I think that's good. Okay, so you're either going to cut out this white, or you're going to ink it away, or you could use your Tombow marker. If you have the Tombow marker, it's the 942 Tombow marker color, and it blends pretty much everything away, especially on stickers and die cuts and things like that. So I cut that little bit of white out, and I think we're going to leave the rest of that. I say it, but then I cut it. I don't know why. I can't leave the white. Can't leave it. I've got to cut it out. Okay. I'll quit being fussy with my fussy cutting. What do you guys like eating for Easter? Those of you that eat Easter meals, that celebrate Easter, what do you guys like to have for Easter? All right, let me grab a piece of parchment that I can ink on. This guy here. And let's ink these. How many of you guys eat like Easter bunny cake, or, have some kind of Easter dessert? I know carrot cake is really big at Easter. I wasn't going to say it, but yes, lots of people eat carrot cake. Yeah, carrot cake is always popular. Oh, got a little too much ink on the edge of that one. Okay, well, he's really, really inked now. He looks very vintage. This one will too, apparently. Have too much ink on my dauber. Here we go. It's okay because it just helps it look vintage. That's all right. There's that guy. And we've got one more. My mother used to make an amazing fruit salad. And it was like fruit salad, but it had a creamy dressing. And it had tiny mini marshmallows in it. She sometimes used the fruity flavored ones, but I preferred when she didn't. I was never a fan of the fruity flavored mini marshmallows. But anyway, everybody else loves that one. Yep. So there's those. I think we could do a little more inking in here. And maybe just a little more, or I'm going to cut out some of that, I think. Made lamb. Yep. I know. A lot of people do. I just, we don't do lamb in our family. We're trying not to eat more animals. We're trying to eat less animals, you know. I mean, I was raised where, you know, we ate meat and all that kind of stuff, but we try to stick to only eating things we've already eaten. And since we were never as a family ate lamb, we're like not going to try it now, but I wish I could be vegetarian. I really do, but I can't because as a child, I was raised where we eat meat. So now we just eat meat. I don't know how you give it up if you've eaten it your whole life. I mean, I know people do, but I can't. I know. All right. So there's that. Okay, I'm going to glue these down, but before I glue them down, we need another element. We need like a label or something that goes over here, and it needs to be a label with a border or something decorative. So we need these three, and we need a little label. I almost could do music, and music. I could do music labels. I don't really have another label picked out. I mean, we could do that. I might do music labels. Let me do music. Let's see. I have this music. I know you guys make amazing food because you're always talking about it. And it's okay because I talk about food all the time. I love food. I do. All right. So for music labels, in lieu of looking for like the actual real labels, music labels are just strips of music paper. Just strips of music paper. Hopefully it tears. That we cut out or tear out. Let's cut this one. Beans and fried potatoes tonight. Haven't had good Italian pie since forever. Yeah. I don't eat any fish. I've never liked it. Never liked fish or seafood. Not at all. I mean, you know, if you do, great, but it was just something I just could never do. I don't know why. It just never tasted good to me. I don't know. Okay, so there are some strips of music for some of those. Now I could use this, but it's okay. It's not fabulous. It's okay. Let's see what else we have for music. On the back here, I do have one that has the staff. So let's tear that out and see if I like that one a little bit better. Yeah, I do. Okay, so we tore ourselves some little music labels. Anything that is the shape of a label will work. That's going to have to be really over there, and we're going to tear out some of the bottom. So that's okay there. This one will poke through there. And this one will go right here. Again, we'll lose part of the bottom of the stem, but that's okay. We're good with those. That looks good. But our music kind of blends into that masterboard background. So I'm going to ink just that piece of music. It's a nice cottony paper to begin with, so it inks nicely. Just to kind of make it stand out from that background. The other thing that you could put back here is maybe the paper doily. A little torn bit of paper doily would look nice. These are pockets that could also be great in a botanical journal. I put botanicals in every journal I make. I mean, how can you not? They're just beautiful, but okay. Let's glue these on there. We'll have these pockets done. No matter what, we have to wrap this up in 40 minutes or less. So I've got to get a move on getting these done. Okay. So this needs to be positioned where that is going to show through there. So there's that. And then we're going to glue this. Chunked my glue. And of course we're going to cut off the bottom, but I glued it anyway. That's a lot of glue. Oh goodness. Too sticky. Try to squeeze it in there. I think we're going to have to cut some of this off down here at the bottom. Okay, I love that. I think that's really beautiful. I know you guys cannot see the blue, but it is really beautiful. Love that. Okay, we'll give that a minute to dry. Let's glue the next one. I am going to try to pick up some of this glue. It just makes my mat a mess anyway, so I'll pick up some of that. Okay. Now, same thing with this one. I want to position it to where I see what I want to see. So we're going to get that right about there. That's good. We need to tear this a little. I don't know why I left it so long in the first place. There we go. Now it does need a little inking right there. It needs just a hint of inking. Almost, not quite. It's getting inked, but it's not going on the top of the paper. There's where I need it. There we go. Okay. And gluing this one. Getting all those fiddly little leaves glued down. And the next one. Now this one we probably need to tear also, so let's just do it. Because this one's going to have to go. Okay. So we're going to tear the white edge just a little bit there. And now we have it like that. And we're going to want to tear that just a little bit. Okay. Altered and done. Time to glue. Who made projects with me today? Who made projects with me? Thanks, guys. I really like them. I think they came out great. And they would be great for botanical, too. So I have some botanical journals that I need to finish up. They're from last spring. So, yeah, it's time. And I would say life gets in the way, but you guys know what gets in the way. It's every Tuesday and Thursday that runs my life. Because I'm constantly trying to run and catch up to you guys. But, yes. I do have some botanical journals from last spring. I have some fairy journals. I have Christmas journals. I have February's journal kit that still needs finished. I have a lot of journals on the go. I do. And I need to finish them. I'm hoping to have some up for sale before I move, because that would also help me out. Ooh, no, don't tear off the leaf. Don't tear the leaf off. That leaf can tear off, but none of the other ones. Okay, so let's cut off the excess of these. Nobody crafted with me today. I gotta clean up my glue. Nobody crafted. I know you all crafted. Come on. Linda says she did. Cece says she did. Alice says she was playing along. Shelly says she crafted with me. Esther says she crafted with me. Evelyn says she crafted with me. Let's see, who else says they're crafting? Marjorie says she's on a different project, but she's still working on it. Let's see. Fussy cutting. Esther says she crafted, yes. Marjorie crafted. Melanie, Shelly, yep. People did. People crafted. Good. Good. Okay. I know many of you did, and I know many of you who did and have already had to go to bed, because I'm in Arizona and I have the luxury of only being 7:30 p.m., but for many of you it is 10 p.m., 10:30 p.m., and you have work tomorrow for many of you. And so for those of you who hung out with me tonight, I want to say giant thank you. These are the pockets. They're probably truthfully going to have a little label or something still there, but I do love the way that they look. And so there's the 3 of those. Those are great. Okay, love them. Should I add some lace to them? Maybe. I probably will. Let's see the one other project we can do quick before I have to wrap this up. What else did I pull for today? Where is... let's do... Where? Let's do these. I'm looking. Where are my... I need my whole pile of papers. Hold on. I need... Let's make some... We want to do tags? What do we want to do? Should we do some tags or some pockets? let's do some tags. Let's do some tags. Okay. Truthfully, I kind of thought about doing journal cards, but we could do tags or we could do journal cards. At the moment, I'm leaning towards journal cards, I guess. Let's see about that strip of copy dyed cardstock that was left over. Where is that at by now? We had a piece of copy dyed cardstock that was a cutoff from something else that we made. And I don't know where I put it, but that's what I need. So let me hop up and see if I can find where that disappeared to. We also have Tim Holtz cardstock that was supposed to be a project today. I'm looking for copy dyed cardstock. There's that. And here's Tim Holtz cardstock. Either one of these will work for my project. Either one of them will work. I'm gonna do these. I'm going to do these. Okay, so you're going to want this is the digital from my Etsy shop. So you're going to want either that or some other type of photograph, some type of collage paper. That's just a printout of some blue French wallpaper or something similar. Then you're going to want some white scripty handwriting paper. White scripty handwriting paper usually means Spanish ones. So it usually means Spanish documents. Those are great. It needs to be in the whiter tone because these photos, you know, they're old photos. This is also a good one. So one of those will work. All of these are old Spanish documents from Spain. Okie doke. Let's play with these. What tags? I have no tags on my table from Raindrop Lila. In the beginning of this video, I showed that I printed some, but I don't think I used them. I did not use anything from Raindrop Lila. Okay. So we're going to do these. And I need one more thing. Hang on 2 seconds. Okay, so from here, we're going to do some background work. I have quite the mess going over there. Let me scoot that over. Okay, so I'm going to use coffee dyed cardstock again as my base. It's just what I prefer to use. I'm going to layer up some elements to create a background, and then I'll be decorating them with these ladies, some lace, and some other elements. So let's get our background going. For these tags, I think they're better on the larger side. So let's go ahead. I like the bolder handwriting. Let's do the bold. Yeah, let's do the bolder handwriting. We'll save that one for another project. I like using original things too. I really do. It makes such a nice antique project. Okay. So I'm going to make some big tags now. Some big handmade tags. We're going to layer that up. It's sad because it's double-sided and we have to lose a side. Honestly, this is probably the better side, but let's put that on there. Let's layer this up. And again, we want to make sure that we're getting 2 tags out of this. So we're going to need this to be 7.5 inches. So we're going to want to fold up and get rid of some of this white over here. We're going to want to get rid of some of this white. So I'm just going to tear that off. It'll give us an interesting strip for some other project. This is such sturdy and thick, lovely paper. So sad, but it's got to go. I mean, you know, it could be a fun little bit later. We'll save it and we'll figure out for clusters or something else. So we'll figure that out. Okay, so back to that side. That's good. And now we're going to want these. We're going to want these about this tall. About 7.5 tall, and I'm making them 3.5 wide. I gave myself a little 1/4 inch to cut. There's that. Okay, so there's enough for 2. Now I could do the 3rd and do it with sideways handwriting. It wouldn't kill me. And I might as well glue that on there. So let's just do that right across the top like that. Okay, that's the beginning part of our background. Now the bottom part of our background, I want to be this blue wallpaper pattern. This is just a regular blue wallpaper pattern. So any wallpaper pattern, any wallpaper digital, whatever you want to use, if you have old wallpaper that is this color, that would be great too. I just don't have old wallpaper that is this exact color. So that's why I'm using the digital version. All right. So let's get this one done. Oh, it does not want to tear. There we go. And I'm choosing to tear off the white so that I get that torn edge. I've done torn edge on almost everything this project. Lovely. And when it doesn't want to tear right, you just cut it. Yes, you do. Okay, there's that. I think I'm at the stage now where I just want to cut it. It hasn't torn well for me this entire time. So we're just going to cut it and move on. It's okay. We're going to tear it here in a minute anyway. But at least want to start without the white. Okay, so there's that. You definitely have to use your old things, guys. We won't be able to like have all the things if we're constantly like not using our things. Okay, so I have enough blue wallpaper to do this project. Let's get this glued on. What I'm meaning is if you hoard all of your things, you're not getting the joy out of them. They're not doing you any good. You have to use them. And there's certain journals where it really does need antique things. You could use digitals and scans of antique things. That's okay too. But there's certain journals where you just, you know, you want the antique stuff. You just do. So, you know, we buy it and we have it and it just sits there. You got to use it. You got to use the things. You're not getting any enjoyment out of owning them. I mean, you know, we buy them so that we can craft with them and we can use them. So you want to glue this completely down for the collage. Now this could be a digital. This is a background. It could be a digital. It doesn't always have to be original if, you know, you're gluing it down and layering it up and covering it up and all that kind of stuff. Ugh. Curly mess is what that is. Okay. Cardstock. Decide which side of the cardstock you like best. I'm actually going to do it right there. I'll take my paper and I am going to attempt, not like that, I am going to attempt to save this top edge because the top edge is pretty fabulous. It's actually like a kind of a natural decal, and I would like to save that. So then I'm going to glue this down. Just like that. That's going to be 2 tag bases. I've got one more right here. Perfect. I know you pet them and I know you enjoy them and I know you guys love all of the things. I know you do. But if we don't use them, why do we buy them? You know what I mean? Like, you're spending the money on them, but you're not actually getting the enjoyment out of using them. I don't know. Like, how many of them can we actually hoard too, though, you know? Like, we got to use them so that we're using them. And if you're selling journals, you know, then you pass them on to somebody else who loves them and they get to pet them and, you know, love on them and all the things. And then when you let something go, you get to get something else new in your life. Like, I don't have much space. So before I buy anything else, I have to use what I already have because I already am out of space. So I don't have the luxury of just saving all the things any longer because I'm out of space. So for me, it's kind of a space issue where I have to let one thing go to get another thing, you know what I mean? Yeah. So there's 2 bases. One went sideways. That's okay. It's totally fine. Okay. So from here, I'm going to go ahead and cut them into my tag shape because I need to see this next part. I need to see the shape. So we're going to go ahead and cut this even though this is wet and I know my cutter hates that, but such is life. So whatever. I want to cut this about 7.5 inches, which means right across that bottom. Here we go. Then on this side, I'm going to start with this one. And I'm going to cut this guy at about 3 3/4. Yes, I am. 3 3/4. There's that one. I've got a little strip right here. That's okay. That's off cut. planned for that one. Now the next one I'm going to do it at 4, and then I will come in and trim that as well. Is that going to leave me enough? Maybe not. Maybe I will do 3 3/4. I'm worried I won't have enough. So there's 3 3/4 on that one. And then we should have, oh, it's very close. We should have 3 1/2 on this one. Yes. Okay, perfect. And we've got some fun little bits to play with. There's that part. Okay. And actually, I think I have some bases that look identical to these in a basket behind me. So there's 3 large tag bases just made out of documents. Now I'm going to come in and I'm going to put some of this blue wallpaper on them. What I want to do is I want to collage it on there so that it's kind of showing this dark pattern, and we're going to rough tear some of that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to measure it to the size of my tag by putting my tag right there and then folding up this side over here. That's going to kind of give me a rough measurement. And then I'm going to tear that. This paper is so thick and sturdy, unless you give it a hard crease, that doesn't stay there. Yes, in the evening. Yep. I said that at the beginning of this one. I announced it everywhere else I could think of, but yes, they will be Sunday evening from now on. Okay, so there's that. Love that. And then all we want to do is we want to kind of think about proportion. You don't really want to cut it in half like this. You really want about 2/3 and 1/3. So 2/3 white, 1/3 pattern or thereabouts. So let's cut that. We can glue that on actually and then cut it. But we're going to tear some of this so that it is not a perfectly straight edge there. That's pretty good. Like that a lot. And I know you can't barely see the blue. I don't know if turning on, sorry for my arm, turning on that light helps you a little bit. Maybe it does. But anyway, we're going to put that on there. I want to give it the lightest little kiss of ink possible, just to make it look less like brand new paper. And we don't really need to do the bottom, but we'll do that side there just a little. There we go. Love that. We need to go a little more here, and we need to trim off a little excess white. If you miss a class, don't worry. They're always on the channel. You can always watch them at any point in time. Okay, so there's that one. That's good. Now we need another section. And we need it to go right there. It will fit. So that would be fine. And we're going to tear this one as well. Okay. Love that. Let's go ahead and tear it. I usually tear things higher in the left and then lower in the right. I don't know why. That's just the way that my brain sees things. And then we'll ink this side also. I'm not inking the bottom because I'm still going to tear that off. But there's that one. Okay. And then I need one for this one. And that's okay. We can do that. Just going to tear it. I don't really know where it's going to end up, but that's perfect. Let's do it. And I can ink this side, but not the other one because I don't know how wide it's going to be just yet. So we need to measure that and fold that right there-ish. That fits. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, this paper does not want to tear. It is not my tearing friend today. That's okay. Got a little fun scrap for cluster. That's okay. We can make those clusters at the end. Let's ink this one and layer these up. The blue paper, so much fun. Is my daughter invoicing right now? She might be. She's probably trying to get it done before Monday and Tuesday of next week, but she might be invoicing right now. It's always funny to me whenever you guys get an invoice and I'm doing something. Okay. Okay, let's do it. We're going to glue these on. Very, very simple so far. We're going to glue these on, and I'm just going to approximately glue them. I don't know exactly where they're going to end up just yet. I don't want to worry about it. I just want to glue them and have fun. So that's what we're doing. I need y'all to stack up and be good over there. And somehow I ended up with this craft mat instead of the other one. I don't know how, but I did. So we are going to, I want it this way. No, I want it this way. And we're just going to kind of place it. There we go. Come on. There we go. And we're going to cut that excess off. Yes, we are. I can see one little boo-boo, but it's okay. We'll let that dry and we'll save that. There's that one. Now, I do see a boo-boo, but we're going to just ink it and let it live. And you guys are just going to, you know, you're not going to see it at all. You're not going to see it at all. You won't see it at all when I put lace at the bottom of those. Okay, so there's that one. That one's on there. Let's glue the other two, get those done. Thank you for allowing me to make 3 of everything today. I do know that it is kind of, you know, it takes more time. But honestly, this is the only way I'm going to get 3 journals done is if I get 3 at the same time. Because the way I was doing it wasn't working for me. So you know how I said I was going back to doing what I wanted to do instead of what people wanted me to do? Yeah. I'm going to do what I want to do. Hopefully it's still what you guys want me to do. But yeah, there has to be a point where it has to work for all parties, right? And I've reached that point where it has to work for me as well as you guys. So if I want to make 3 journals at the same time, then I'm just going to do it. Okay, so there's that one. And I'll ink around these here in just a second. But there's that one. One more left to go. This one is much closer to the right size. So all I did is put some scripty background on some coffee dyed cardstock. And then I glued some blue pattern paper, wallpaper print, whatever you have over it to do like a little bit of a 1/3, 2/3 situation here. So we've got kind of the top section is a roughly 2/3. It's not exact. It's roughly. And we're going to trim these off. Okay. There's that. And then we're going to ink these, cut them into tag shape, and do our decorating little bit. You guys are going to love these when they're done. I'm going to love them. So let me ink them quick and cut them into tag shape. How do I want this? Like that? Yeah, that's a good shape. To be careful with the skinnies. Does it matter which side we start on? No, it does not. Okay. Oh, goodness. Let's put away that and get some ink and ink these. These are supposed to be light and beautiful. We've done some darker things today with the Tim Holtz paper. These are supposed to be light and beautiful, airy. I am not getting enough ink out of this ink pad. All of my ink pads need inked again. I swear, like I just need to take the whole afternoon one day and go through my entire craft room and re-ink everything. Because everything needs it. Every single thing. It's just that time. Plus, you know, it's getting warm here in Arizona and it's drying all the ink pads out. I mean, they're stored in the air conditioning, but I don't think it matters. In Arizona, everything dries out. My daughter wanted strawberry plants from Costco. And she really wanted it. And the lady, there was another lady there, and she's like, they'll die. It was kind of funny, but my daughter's like, what? But I really want them. She's like, they'll die in Arizona. It's too hot. You can't have them. Anyway, okay, so we're this far on them. What's next? We need to choose our focal point. Again, these are the digital, so these are CDV cards. You could use original CDV cards. You could use Tim Holtz Found Relatives. You could get these and print them out. I like these because they have some robin's egg blue backgrounds on them. And they're also all beautiful women. So I'm going to quickly cut out a couple of these. I really liked this lady right here. So we're going to cut her out. I like her beautiful dress, and I also choose the ones that have fancy hair. I've noticed that, like, I'm drawn to the ones that have fancy hair. Oftentimes you'll see in Victorian times they've got their hair all pulled up and you can't even like see their hair. I don't know what it is. I like seeing their hair. This one's got a little piece at the corner there. Okay, so she can go. As soon as I get done trimming her, she can go. She can go on there, but we're going to need to layer up some other things. So there's that one. See how sweet they are? They're super sweet, and they're not even done yet. Okay, next, let's do... Oh gosh, that's a hard choice. I do like that one. I also like this one down there. Let's do the one down there. Let's do that one. And these are scans of like original antique things. Almost all of the digitals in my Etsy are just scans of original antique things. Okie dokie, let's cut those corners. My stomach is growling. I ate breakfast this morning. I don't know why it's growling. There's another one. Okay, love that one. We need one more image. I don't know which one. I think we're going to do this lady. I think we're going to do this one. Let's cut this side first. Oh, there is a boo-boo. But you guys probably will not notice it when it's done. You might see it now, but you won't see it in a moment. Boo-boos happen. Yes, they do. And if I don't quit talking, I'll make another one. Okay. So there's those. They need inked around. For sure they do. Okay. Let's ink these guys. Now these are printed on cardstock. If you're going to print out something like a focal point and you're going to glue it down, you want it to be printed on lightweight cardstock at a minimum. If you try to just print them on regular paper and then glue them down, they will get all bumpy and ripply and whatever. You can't really glue super thin paper very well. It gets moist and then it gets bumpy. Try gluing them and printing them on cardstock. They glue down beautifully on cardstock. I'm giving this one quite the border because it's kind of blue and it was not showing up enough. So it needs a little more of a border than the other ones did. There we go. That's better. Now this lady. She's one of my favorites. Look at her hair. I've always had long hair, so it's not like that I'm jealous, but her hair is really beautiful. I just, oftentimes you don't see any hair because they've got it all up in like, I don't know if it's a bun or whatever it is back then, but it's all up. Yes, we want to see some hair. I guess that was just the style. Like you never see Victorian women with their hair down, like never. I think it was like against the rules. So there's that. There's 3 ladies. Okay, we're not done yet. You could just slack them on there and be done, but we're not going to be done with that. We are going to do a couple more things here. Where is... That was a long... I am looking for the little pink... 2 seconds while I dig through my ephemera bin for something. Did I not bring it in here? Oh my gosh. Hold on. I need a piece of ephemera and I don't know where I put it. That's not it. There it is. Okay. So we need the gold lace that came with the kit. We need the gold lace that came with the kit. Okay. So for this lace, you have options. You could go and put a small piece of it down the side. I wouldn't do the whole thing, but you could do a small piece and then the lady over there like that, where you just have, the lace cut off. You could do the lace on the side. You could do the lace on the bottom, which is 90% of the time what I do. The lace on the bottom, tuck her down there. Or you could do her over the top. It doesn't really matter. I don't know which way I want the lace. And I'm going to do the lace up on the tag instead of hanging off of the tag. I'm going to do it up on the tag, up where she is. So let's just cut this lace. We'll cut it slightly oversized. Now, this lace could be page edges, right? Could be lots of things. But for me today, it's these tags. This lace is not crucial to your front cover. The other lace is crucial to your front cover. So let's get these glued down. Now we need to decide over or under the lace. Under the lace is fine for glue stick. Over the lace, you will need to use Fabri-Tac. I think we're going to go under the lace, so I don't think it's going to matter. Let's go ahead and glue them down. Glue, glue, glue. You know, to speed up this process, I'm going to use art glitter glue because we're already 3 minutes over what I said was our max. So I'm going to use art glitter glue to speed up this process. It's faster application usually when I don't drop them. It's faster application than the glue stick. Less messy when I don't drop them. There's that. Just get her kind of even up there. There's that one. There's her lace. She's beautiful. We're going to do toppers on the top. Okay, now this one, she could go over, but I do like it under. So under it is. All right, guys. So questions before we wrap up. We got a little bit more decorating here, and then we're going to wrap up for the evening. Did you guys like the time change? Those of you who are still here probably do, because, you know, you're still here. But for some people, I have already seen the messages that you are mad about the time change. And I am sorry. I don't mean to make anyone mad, but it does have to fit into my life, and this is the best I can do. So, you know, it's going to be Sunday. That one needs to go up a little bit, but it's not going to let me because it's art glitter. We'll make it work. That will be okay. Not a whole lot of blue showing there. Dang it. I wish that one was up higher. Here's how we're going to fix it. Meanie. Meanie, meanie, meanie tag. Now it will be fine. No one else will understand why I just did that, but I will. Okay. There we go. The proportions, people. Okay, there's that. This lady will get her right. You love the new time? Okay, great. That's good. So I said most of you who are here will, but there are people who have already messaged and they are not happy with the time change. You know, it might not always be like this, but for at least until I move, it needs to be. I need to get a better balance with things and try to get a lot more work done. Faster, easier, better, I don't know, but there we go. And there's my lace across the bottom of that one. Okay, so there's 3 of those. Let's glue this lace on. Victorian hair always looks so fluffy and soft. I don't know about that, but that's funny. Fluffy and soft. I don't know. Do you guys know like the Victorian curling irons, and they would like literally put them in the fire? I just imagine they burn their hair like all day long. I don't know. I mean, I know we have straight irons now, but so I'm just going to put a little glue on there and we'll line that up. Okay, there's that one. We'll cut off the excess in a minute. Must need a new blending tool. I just imagine they have fried hair all the time. I don't know. Because like we have a lot of good hair care things now that like they didn't have then. I don't know about fluffy and soft hair. I'm going to have to think about that. They always have those ads in the back of the magazines advertising stuff for their hair. So well, maybe they did have fluffy and soft hair. Kind of weird to be talking about dead people's hair, but you guys, you know, the people who hate these kind of pictures because they're like dead people? That always cracks me up. Like, I'm not trying to be like disrespectful or whatever. Like, you know, if it bothers you, it bothers you. But it does crack me up because, like, how else do we get vintage images of people? Like, we have to use their old pictures. I don't know. There's people and they're like, I can't do the people. They're dead. They're all dead people. And I'm like, I get that, but they're it's old photography. Like, what are we supposed to do? Anyway, so that's kind of funny. I'm going to trim off my excess lace. I'm going to put the tag tops on. I don't know if you guys are going along for that ride, but put the tag tops on. Goodness. The morning jewelry made out of hair. Yeah, there is a girl and she is still doing the hair work. I don't remember her name at the moment, but there was a girl who used to come and hang out with us here, and she was still doing the Victorian hair work stuff. Okay, so that's the 3 of those. They need tag toppers and they need to be flattened out. Did anybody see the boo-boo? You won't now, because I fixed it. It's underneath that lace. Well, I appreciate you guys. So let's take a peek at our journal. Let's take a peek of what some of this ephemera looks like in the journal. Now, I have really, really dirty hands, but we're going to take a peek in there anyway. I will hopefully not mark up my 3, that's dangerous working with 3 white quilt covers, but anyway, the journals. Let's look at the journals. Let's look at the triplets. Okay, so there's triplets sitting here. We have 3. We have made some ephemera. I'm going to quickly show you what that ephemera looks like with the journal. So you can see it's very much the same kind of look. Can't get it on my desk. You know, very much the same kind of look. These will flatten out eventually after I put them under something. But I'll put a tag topper thing at the top. But anyway, they match. They go with it. They look good. It's that same feel, antique-y feel, right? So there's kind of that. Right here's a good place for a pocket. So if we wanted to take one of our pockets, we could put this guy right here. We could put a pocket right there. This is going to be here with the rusty safety pin. I just don't have rusty safety pins in here at the moment. And then we could tuck like one of these lady tags in there. Apparently that needs glued down, but we could tuck that in there. I know it's looking very, very dark because I turned the lights down. Yes, it is. Okay, I'm going to bring it to like 0 and you guys are going to be blinded. But anyway, there it is. So we've got this going on. It is really that robin's egg blue. Unfortunately, it still does look dark for you, but it'll be a rusty safety pin in that and a tag, some kind of tag. Maybe not this one, but some kind of tag there. You could do something like this one tucked back there. But yes, stuff like that. Okay, just as an example. And then we've got, you know, millions of other places where we could decorate. Right here, I think you could do, let's do this. Let's do something like that right there. And then you could even tuck that guy back in there. You could tuck this lady in there. we're going to decorate this. You could tuck this one in there. Now she has wet lace, but you could tuck her in there. Anyway, she'd have to go down further, but I don't want her to stick. So anyway, there's some of that. We could have a little tag right in here. Do I have any short tags? Probably not, but a little tag will go in there. I don't know, but it's a really beautiful journal and I'm super excited. We're going to work on these. These get tags that go in there or journal cards, and they're going to have little button closures right there. Yeah, we have some fun things still to do. And right here in the center, we could do some clipped in ephemera. I'm going to fold up some antique things. I have some little tickets and stuff, and I'm going to pin them both to that side. Or I can go through and I can put lace in the center down the edges. But we do need to add lace. So if you want to jump ahead for next time, I would suggest you add lace to the bottom and you add lace to the page edges after you glue in your ephemera. So after you glue in your ephemera, add your lace. The next time I come back and see you, I will have all of my ephemera that is done glued in already. And I also have, in addition to what you saw me make today, in addition to all of this pile of ephemera we made today, I also have this. So in addition to all of that, I have this. And in the beginning of next class, I will show you guys the stuff that is in here, because there is a lot. So I'll go over this ephemera at the beginning of next class. And whatever ephemera I still need to make, I will make in the future, next Sunday's class. So by the end of next Sunday, my journals will have the cover decorated, all of the ephemera made and glued in, and that fourth and final class will only be for, zhuzhing up that special project and embellishing. And that's really it. And then I will have 3 complete antique document journals or more, and that's what I'll have. So anyway, I'm going to let you guys go. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I appreciate it. I will be back next Sunday. 99% of the sure, I'm 99% sure I will be back next Sunday. Anyway, thanks so much for hanging out. All you new people, make sure you jump on the subscribe button to the channel and also join the Facebook group linked in the description box below the video. You can always access the Facebook group link. It's in every video on my channel if you look in that description box. Okay, guys, the Facebook group is called Junk Journal Makers. You can also search for it on Facebook. I'll see you guys again soon. Bye, guys.